Good day. We welcome you at our great little network event. Unfortunately, today our morning started with an air raid alert. Still, we thank everyone who found their way here because we have rather saturated day of presentations. Whatever is happening here is based on the researches which we have conducted in 2024-2025 this year. And one of those researches will be presented just now. It has the name of Animation Guide to Profession. That is the research which covers the first research on remuneration and salaries in animation, all of the educational courses and universities which are attached to the animation to this or that extent in Ukraine, rights and opportunities legal guide for animators and for artists as they are, and pitchings, where you can present your project abroad. And all of that has become possible thanks to the support of the British Council in Ukraine. So I'd like to give the floor to Lucia Zorya, Head of Arts British Council Ukraine, to welcome and to congratulate you with that today. Thank you so much, Nastya. All of the applauses are going to Anastasia and the team of LINOLEUM. I am happy to welcome all of you at today's event from behalf of the British Council. For many years we're working in the sector of creative economy, and the project which we will see today is not only from LINOLEUM but from our partners Design from Ukraine, and also there will be conversations with the project cases which we are cooperating with within our latest grant program. There have been possible the schemes of grant support which were aimed for the development of creative economy, and we had the objective to support cultural and creative hubs and also professional associations. And for us, that's a huge deal when there are people who are ready to work on the strengthening and development of the ecosystem, and this project is one of the examples. And as I have the mic, I will use it and will say that now we have opened the open call for this program. Exactly, and if you are working in the creative economy, not only in animation but in cinema and other sectors, we will be waiting for your applications and proposals. We do hope that creative economy in Ukraine will be developing further on. Have a good day. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we cannot apply from LINOLEUM, but whoever is in animation, let us unite and let us apply for the next research. And so far, let us come back to our one. We will start our first presentation. So I would ask to join. Well, let me introduce whoever is at this presentation. In fact, by Zoom we are joined by Svetlana Bolma, who is the analyst, academic, and the founder of the research agency Sense Research. Svetlana, do you hear us? Hello. Yes, I hear you. Do you hear me? Yes, we do. Thank you. And Alexander Tkach, a lawyer who in fact was dealing with the tax guide. So we will start today. The structure looks like the following one. First we will be speaking about their salaries, remuneration, then we'll move to the education, rights and pitchings. And education and salaries is the huge work done by Sense Research team, which honestly speaking were unexpected in the outcomes, because in my mind it was a research for about 15 pages looking at the examples, but as an outcome only salaries research achieved 59 pages with such level of detailization which I couldn't even think about in the beginning. That is why I am not a researcher, and I'm giving the floor to Svetlana, who will tell us about the education and salaries, and then Alexander will tell about the rights, and I will be telling you about pitchings. Thank you, Anastasia, for the opportunity to join this project and to work with you. That was really cool. And not to waste time, let us instantly move to how we implemented our research. So, in simple words, Anastasia came and told us, let us research what we have in education for animators, what exists in fact, and how people, the beginners, the startups, can find out how they can get education. We had to collect the data which could reflect the relevant opportunities in training and education for animators as of beginning of 2025. We developed this, divided this task into the formal education provided by the higher educational institutions and informal education courses. Let us start with the formal one. So, we've defined that we have 3 specializations which can reflect this education, that is audiovisual art and production, design, and sometimes it's applied arts and decorative arts. After we looked through their curricula, we understood that in some of these training courses don't have anything in common with animation, however they belong to these specializations. So together with LINOLEUM, we cut out the friends which do not suit our criteria, and the last stroke was the idea that people need to have the opportunity to be employed in the sphere which could be attached or applied for animation. Thus, we found 23 higher educational institutions where we offered 31 specializations. So some of the institutions offered several specializations. Let's move on. Full information on the institutions will be available in the guide when it is published, but today let me share the most interesting findings. So, animation is trained by higher educational institutions in different regions, in fact, all over the corners of the country. But the biggest number of such institutions are in Kyiv city, the capital. The training is mostly taking place at the specialization of design, when audio-visual art and arts are not connected with animation that much. By those official codes, we don't see that much of skills which are needed by animators. What's interesting, mostly high educational institutions are training junior bachelors, the so-called pre-high education, at the level of the college or vocational school, the curriculum of the bachelor's level and the curriculum of the master's level. The majority of such institutions are offering only daily one, but the correspondent one is almost not there. The average price is 38.5 thousand hryvnia, and in the final file there will be the difference between different regions and higher educational institutions, but the average indicator is the following. And the last interesting point is that the average point or grade to enter the specialty connected with animation is 161. This is the data as of 2024, when the average grade to enter all over Ukraine for all of the specialization was 149. So we may say that this specialization is needed. There is certain demand which is rather high, and that is why the average grade for entering the institution is higher. Thank you. Then we moved to informal education. Those are courses of private educational platforms and schools. Which criteria we supported to understand what we are searching for, what we are not searching for. So it was important for us that it could be Ukrainian platforms, educational ones, not international ones, not representation offices of other countries. The courses should be Ukrainian speaking, Ukrainian language. The curricula should be relevant. We did not consider the ones which were not launched for a long time or the information of which is a bit obsolete. So training or tuition should be about animation, and it should one of the characteristics of this course should be in the list which you can see on the slide. Thank you. We can move on. By these criteria, we found 19 educational platforms where there are 40 courses with different animation spheres available. So if we just say approximately 2 courses per platform, the most interesting thing which we found, the main spheres or directions are 3D and 2D animation. All the rest is not represented that much. Out of 40 courses, half of them is 3D and 2D animation. The majority of the courses are the courses of applied specialties, when the film direction or script writing are not represented that much. The majority of those courses have online format, so I think we all understand why now offline events are very hard to implement, moreover the course on the permanent basis. The majority of courses have the format of training with the teachers, 33 out of 40 of them, and only a little number of them is your training on your own, when you can watch the audio and video recordings of the lectures without the curator, without any support. The courses are really diverse, looking at the amount of information and their length, so that is why we can see such a great difference between the prices, from 550 hryvnia to 118,000 hryvnia. Speaking about 550 hryvnia, those are video recordings of lectures and your work on your own, processing them, what I just mentioned, and the most expensive courses are the training for 9 months with the full support of the teacher, certificate for each of the modules separately, and the diploma or certificate for your animation film, which the student is working on during the tuition. So it's much closer to the formal education, almost master's thesis. So, out of interesting points, almost all of the courses were created for the newbies in the sphere and don't have special conditions for entering. If you know a lot and you can select some specific courses, no, I don't think that you could find anything like that. Only 3 educational platforms, and you can read their names on the slide, give the opportunity for the participants of the courses to interact with the real customer within the training. So they provide real cases for training and for implementation. The majority of educational platforms are helping with employment, which is a very good sign. They can help in the creation of the portfolio or CV and posting that in your bubble, or even when you can transfer the best CVs or portfolio to the partners or potential customers. And the biggest number of courses is provided by the Ukrainian educational platform Projector. They have 5 courses in animation. Thank you. I guess that's it about education today, but from my behalf I'd like to add in any case that not all of the listed universities should be there. You need to read through that in the guide as well. And please select whether these courses suit you or not. We cannot guarantee that the guide mentions exactly the educational institutions which definitely would provide you the super high quality education. We are just giving the opportunity to look through all of the options which exist today in Ukraine, and then on your own you can select whatever you need. Because definitely we did it this year, this research was conducted this year, but next year some courses may be cancelled, the prices may be changed, so all of that needs to be taken into consideration. And now we are moving to the most interesting part in these researches, to salaries. Yes, thank you, Anastasia, that you mentioned and remarked that. That's true. And as for the higher educational institutions, let me also add that this was the information for the entering campaign of 2024, as we were preparing this information when 2025 campaign has not even started. But all of the information will need to be checked. The prices and the spheres could have changed. But it's an opportunity to look at the overall picture. And now let's move to the salaries component. What did we do here? So the objective of the research was to collect the information about the salaries reality of the sphere, which can help the beginners or those who would like to have the next level of education and to develop in animation, to provide their way for the profession and to understand what they can achieve, what's the overall average temperature in that sphere. When Anastasia invented this component and came to me and said, let's do that, I would like to mention that we were inspired by the analytical materials on the salaries of IT specialists from IMDOL and the British survey on animation. So we took these researches as the foundation. We added peculiarities of animation sphere in Ukraine, of Ukrainian reality. We developed the poll, the form, and we conducted the research in May 2025. As of today, we had 206 respondents, but by the criteria which we developed, that is, those should be employed people in animation sphere industry, at least working for a month, but to work, those who pay taxes in Ukraine, in spite of their living or leaving Ukraine. And it was important for us to look through the people who are represented and involved in the sphere of Ukrainian animation, and also the economic to Ukraine, not those who left abroad and are paying taxes in the country where they are living. And of course they need to be 18 plus. Unfortunately, if there are anyone who wanted to take part in this research but you are not 18 years old, your outcomes are not included into the result. However, there were such respondents. I think that in the next iteration, which Anastasia would like to conduct, we could take the people who have become grown-ups. So let's move on. A bit of research details. It's important for me to mention about some of the points so that the provided data would be properly interpreted and understood. So, no one knows in Ukraine how many animators exist and what's their age, gender, and other characteristics. That is why the collected data cannot be covering all of the animators in Ukraine. When I'm telling now which animators or what's the difference or what we could see, I'm telling you only about 186 people who filled this survey. We are not trying to transpose that on all of them. So if you or your acquaintances have a different situation, it's okay. We could not involve all of the people and to look at the full picture. And considering that some of the answers to the questions were really different, we took a decision that some of the answers and responses which fewer than 10 people answered, we would not be included. So let us move to the data, the most interesting. So now on the slide you can see a kind of an animator's portrait. Those are certain characteristics of the surveyed which were dominating over the rest of the responses. They were the most frequent answer. We collected them into one picture so that we could describe a kind of an average respondent animator who we have. So, our animator is 31 years old. He can be man or woman, male or female, because the gender distribution is almost equal in our research, which is rather interesting as a fact. He's living in Kyiv city, and probably he is at the festival today. He or she does not have formal education in animation. Among the respondents, the high education was inherent only to a quarter of the respondents. But that was the very active self-development or online courses to get the necessary level of knowledge. He knows English at the level of intermediate. And what's interesting, only 5% of the surveyed wrote that they don't know English at all. Our average animator is working both with Ukrainian and foreign customers and charges from $10 to $30 per hour. As for bonuses or royalty, mostly he or she does not get them. During the last year, his profits or revenues has decreased because of the decrease of the number of projects, and our animator is most probably working in Adobe After Effects, buying the license on his or her own for this software, and is using in his or her work AI, in particular ChatGPT. And now we will be speaking about the characteristics which were not that stable. So we had respondents which were just the beginners along this way, and their experience of work is just a couple of months. And also those who are working as animators for more than 30 years. But on average, their work experience is 5 years. And half of our respondents have the experience from 3 to 9 years. Let us move on to the graphs. While you are watching them, I will be describing you the most interesting idea so that we could stick to the timing. So the most popular sphere of work among the respondents is 2D animation. Almost 2/3 of the respondents are working in that. All the rest are disseminated all over the rest of the spheres. As for the industry sectors which we are asking about, commercial sector is the most represented. The ones who are working there are a bit more than 1/3. Then also we asked respondents what was the category of positions they were working at, considering what's the comparison with the stage of production, creation of animation products. And the biggest share is working in production, when pre-production and post-production are represented just with a very small number of respondents, 10% together. Let's move on. As for the type of employment, more than half of them are working as freelancers, self-employed ones, animators, freelancers. Another part are the hired employees. The main form of cooperation with the customer is the sole proprietor. And it's not only about freelancers, it's also about the hired experts. They are representing the biggest number. And it's a good sign because it means that the taxes are coming to the Ukrainian budget. Then we were really interested to get to know how the self-employed freelancers are searching for the orders. How can they get the work, the jobs? So the most popular ways to get an order is the direct proposal, or as they can name word of mouth. So when they know about you, they come to you with a ready proposal and tell you, we need this, please do this. Those are social networks as well, and professional networks. But as for me, the most interesting was the combination of the options. We supported several types of typical ways, which are covering the majority of our respondents. And in fact, the most popular ones were freelance platforms plus social networks, Instagram, Facebook, plus direct proposals or offers of work, job offers. And also, the second option was professional social networking and direct offers. So, in fact, it confirms the fact that networking is so important. So I congratulate and welcome whoever is present at this great networking event. If we speak about hired employees, we can get to know that they're mostly working in the smaller and average-sized studios. As for bigger companies, not that many of them, only a few of them are working. It's not an issue for the sphere. Maybe we did not cover these respondents, or maybe the bigger companies are not that numerous at the Ukrainian market. As for self-employed persons, they work approximately 6 to 8 hours per day. As for hired, they have the full working day. So we can say that the working hours are 8 hours. And in average, we have more respondents who are working for the full working hours, a standard expected employment. But still, I remember that among the self-employed, there were people who wrote that they're working for 14 hours per day. We could see such answers as well. Freelancers almost never have any additional employment, but 2/3 of hired employees have something additional and can have some additional job. The main reason for that is the need of additional money. So when we are moving to the next slide, to the salaries, you will understand why the hired employees have additional employment. So, a bit more about details so that you could better understand what I'm telling you about. After some of the pieces of advice from Anastasia and her colleagues, we offered 3 formats of payments which were asked about. First, for the second of the ready animation for an hour and a monthly rate. And what was interesting, we found out that these formats are mostly connected to the type of employment, because the self-employed are mostly getting payment for the project or for an hour of work, and the hired employees have just a salary, a monthly rate. And the payment per second of animation is inherent to a narrow segment of experts, mostly self-employed, which were not that numerous. So, when we now consider, in fact, the outcomes about salaries, they will be divided into those several types, formats of payments. Just a little bit of more explanation of mathematical terms, so that you could understand what we're speaking about and we could understand the data similarly. The main indicator on salary is the median. It's a kind of a middle indicator among all of them, an average one, which is mostly used instead of the average when the data is not distributed equally, like in this case. Because the hourly rate for can get from $1, we converted everything in dollars, so you will see US dollars everywhere, to $75. So when we can have such a distribution, such a difference, we are using not the average mathematical indicator, but median, which allows us to correct those different weird options which we have at the market. So the difference for the 50% is the range of the indicators, where we can have 50 of our cases. That is something around the median, 25 there, 25 here. And minimum and maximum, well, I think that you know what that means. But still, in this case, this is the range where we can see 100% of our cases. So here we showed from minimum to maximum what's the where those data can be gathered together in the middle, and what's the average data. Those who are getting the payment for a second of the ready animation have the median rate of $15 per second of the ready product. And here we are facing an issue. What's incomprehensible? How much is the hour? We don't know how much they spend on this second, 1, 3, 5, 10, or half an hour to create a second. The projects can be different. The second of ready animation can be different. So here we cannot know how we can compare it with the options per hour of work and for a monthly rate. But we can see such indicators. And if we speak about the rate per hour of work, the median is $20. And the difference, as I already mentioned, you can see from $1 to $75. And what's interesting, that the respondent who is getting $1 per hour, he thinks that it is not fair, and he would like to have his hour of work that it should cost $3. But if we speak about the salary per month, then its median indicator is $1,500. The range can be from $400 to almost $5,000. But what's the most interesting, if the median salary is recalculated into the price of an hour, because we know that the majority of our respondents is working for the full working hours, and we know how many hours per month, and we convert it, there will be $9, which is 2 times lower than the ones who get an hourly rate. So there's nothing weird that the hired employees have the freelance where they additionally work.
But there are also advantages for those who work for hire. They have the most stable income. There is a small share of those whose income has decreased, but the vast majority are those people who saw an increase. At the same time, the hourly work also shows more diversity and more instability. Almost 50% of the respondents are talking about the drop in their income due to the smaller number of commissions. Next, here you can see the overall trend. Slightly less than 50% saw an increase in their income, and almost one-third did not see any change. Sorry. This was my timer, which means that I have already used up my 25 minutes, but I hope Anastasia will allow me to continue talking. And we also see almost a third of those whose income has decreased. And now, let us talk about a very interesting thing. What can the pay depend on? And one of the key factors is experience. Clearly, the pay heavily relies on experience, and I suggest you look at the details in this table. But I'm gonna share the most interesting thing, that people who have up to 3 years of experience earn 42% less per hour as opposed to those who have 4 years of experience. Now, those who are not paid hourly but rather monthly wage, this difference is 33%. Still, pretty serious difference. So when your experience is 3+ years, you can see a big increase in salary. Now, if we're talking about the gender breakdown, there is not much difference in the wage, but and this is probably because we didn't have that many respondents. So if we're talking about the hourly wage, the median for males is higher. Sorry, I cannot see this on the slide, but I hope that you can see the slide, that it is higher. That's why I'm not gonna give you an exact number. But it is the same for the monthly wage. Men earn more, but before we start talking about the glass ceiling, gender inequality, it is worth mentioning that both men who participated in this survey, they have 4 to 10 years of experience. In the meantime, women have 3 to 8 years of experience with a median of 5 years. So in this case, female respondents are mostly represented by the animators who have less experience than their male counterparts. And this is what can cause the difference in income, because as you have seen on the previous slide, experience is the key factor that affects the salary level. And that is why maybe the next waves of this research will demonstrate whether there actually is pay gender inequality. We have also asked our respondents whether they think that their salary and pay is fair. Only a third of those surveyed believe that it is fair. 2/3 believe that it is either fully or at least partially fair. Now, next. This is the final slide, so I'm gonna close my presentation now. We asked the respondents to say what salary they consider being fair, and this allowed us to do the math between the actual and desired wage. So as you can see, if we're talking about the hourly wage, of course, not all of our respondents are getting $20 per hour, but the actual one is 20 and the desired one is 35, which demonstrates us that the respondents would like to have 1.75 times higher hourly salary. Now, monthly pay. We also decided to break it down into the hourly wage to compare these two batches, the hourly and the monthly wage. And as I already mentioned, the actual median for our respondents was $9. In the meantime, the desired one, 20, which means that those who are getting their monthly wage, they want their hourly rate to grow more than double. And of course, we also asked, what are the reasons What are the reasons for your salary to be so unfair? Why are you getting not as much as you would like to? And all of the reasons were broken down into batches. The first one is external factors such as market instability, dumping, small project budgets. When the respondents are being told that, oh, we need to do this, and this is the budget that has been allocated. So you either have a job and you work for a smaller salary, or you don't. And internal factors. The respondents were pretty critical when it comes to their own skill and themselves, and many of them consider that there is much to be desired, or some of them are not confident regarding the pricing for their skill. Some also don't know how to promote themselves, and therefore they cannot increase the cost of their work. This is it from my side. Thank you so much for your attention. I think that these data was incredibly interesting, and I believe that when the guide sees the world, it will include all of the data about how many animators there are, how the taxes are paid in Ukraine, and even a more detailed breakdown of all the components. And I think you all will be extremely interested to look into it. Thank you, Svetlana. Thank you for this research, and thank you for doing this work. Now I'd like to give the floor to Alexander. We will now briefly talk about the rights, and we will talk about how private entrepreneurs work and how they operate in Ukraine. Well, to sound more convincing, I'd like to say that our guide, both that have to do with the copyright and taxes, is based on requests coming from Nastya and on my practice, because I personally also oversee the production of animation projects. As the previous speaker has mentioned, the salary research turned out to be way bulkier, not 15 pages as Nastya expected, 50 plus to be fair. And talking about the legal guide, it is very hard to put all of the information into 10-15 pages. You know, we could actually probably publish an additional legal volume dedicated to all these things. But we wanted to give you some basic understanding so that you can learn the ropes and understand whether you can do this on your own or whether you need to seek professional assistance with this. So the guide consists of 3 main blocks: doing business, work with agreements and contracts, and copyright. The first part, doing business. We focus on how the business can be done. And we also mentioned that the most popular is either having the limited company or also registering as private entrepreneur. The target audience for this guide are beginners. That's why we are gonna mostly focus on registering as a private entrepreneur. It is very easy to do. You can even find an instruction, step-by-step instruction on DIA portal. You can even register automatically. But the guide will help you with figuring out the codes for types of economic activity so that you can properly tax your income and which taxation system you should pick. When it comes to private entrepreneur taxation, and if you're working in animation sphere, the best choice for you is the third group. We have mentioned what is the tax rate, whether you have to pay the social contributions, and we also have highlighted some of the details that you should pay additional attention to, because you can not tax some income as a private entrepreneur group 3, which is royalty, which is very important for artists or animators, because when you're creating something that comes with copyright, say you have created a reels, animation reels, some visual or some picture, not as a commission. And then some agency comes and they are asking for your permission and they're willing to pay for it. Paying for this license is in the form of royalty. And the thing is, that third group private entrepreneurs cannot include royalty in their income. So it is gonna be taxed at 18% tax rate plus 5% of the army tax. And this allows you to see how much tax you will owe to the state budget. But aside from paying the tax, the tax code also provides some tax benefits. And we are highlighting two tax benefits. The first one is paying the added value tax benefit. This might come in handy to those who are creating short or proper movies that can be designated as a national film. We have provided a more detailed description in the guide, and we have also highlighted what is happening with the grant funding. The benefit is as follows. If you obtain a grant from the state or some organization that can be found in the list compiled by the Cabinet of Ministers, such grant will not be taxed as your income. Why are we highlighting and underscoring that? Because if you're obtaining a grant not from the state, it's not going to be considered to be the state grant. If you're obtaining a grant from a commercial organization or charity, you will not be able to include it as an income of the private entrepreneur, and the tax will be 22%. As I have mentioned previously, 2% of the tax plus 5% army tax. Next, contracts and agreements. Again, it all is based on practice and also on request. And as Svetlana has mentioned, there is a problem with dumping, short budgets, and also the contracts heavily rely on these factors, among others. And you should be the one to understand what are gonna be your working conditions. Are you gonna have the agreement with the company and become sort of a full-time employee, or whether you're gonna work as a freelancer? Because if you are sort of an employee, you have more social guarantees and you're better protected, as opposed to the freelance contract, which unfortunately is something that most studios are now resorting to. You are working to perform. Your client is interested in your performance. Unfortunately, you are not going to have any social guarantees whatsoever. Now, when it comes to the agreement, on Nastya's request, we have also provided information about NDA, what it is, and why we need it, and what can be the consequences of signing an NDA. You can see some brief description of this notion on the slide, but of course you can find a more elaborate version in the guide. As the author, first and foremost, you shouldn't be worried about signing an NDA. Say if you meet with a client and the client requests signing it, and clearly any client wants to protect their information, it's gonna safeguard you from any problems with disseminated information, because it needs to be proven. And this will be the burden for the person who's trying to blame it on you. And also, when you're creating your own project, do not forget about NDA, because your ideas might be related to someone else. And if you don't sign an NDA, someone can do everything ahead of you and implement your idea ahead of you. And now we are gonna segue to the copyright. Copyright also has certain subtopics. The basics, the copyright in audiovisual works, then the content by third parties, and copyright within the AI domain. And you can see some of the details on the slide, but clearly more information is available in the guide. But the main points: copyright emerges the moment the piece is created. No registration is necessary. You can simply do the copyright notice on your picture, on your video, on your work, on your piece. Copyright notice is recommended to also include your last name, name of your company, the year of first publication, and the copyright watermark. The registration is not necessary, but in some cases, it can make your life easier. Because, for example, if you're going to participate in the State Film Agency competition, if you're applying for a tender, if you're signing an agreement, the State Film Agency will be requiring you to provide copyright for the script that the agency will be funding. The copyright can be used to substantiate that. Registration is done very simply. You can find a guide on how to do that within the guide. You can even involve a legal professional. It's not expensive, but trust me, it's going to make your life so much easier. And also, it can make life easier to your inheritors. It's way easier to inherit copyright when there is a certificate. Now, when we're talking about the audiovisual work, say if you have the team, you have the animators, the directors, the artists that will be drawing all of your locations or characters, you have to sign contracts with everyone so that you don't have no problem, so that you can use parts of your film and film in whole. It is important to have proper copyright so that you can do that, and it also matters during the distribution, because of their right, as a rule, the distributors will be asking you for the chain of rights, and by having these contracts, you will be able to prove that all of the rights belong to you. And in this context, I would like to also mention the third-party content, because you can also use something that is already ready-made. Here we're talking about using libraries, music databases, some stocks, and when working with them, when using any items from the aforementioned, you have to pay attention to the following. Can you amend and change them? Because in some cases you can only use it as is. Second, do you have the right to sub-licensing? This is a very important point, because you might have the right to use, to amend, to in any way use or hand whatever you have created over to other people, but you cannot use the item the way it is and hand it over to someone. Let me give you an example. Say a client comes to you, and as a rule, they ask you for the final result as well as all your work material, so basically the entire package. And you might use one such item, and if according to the license you don't have the sub-licensing right, you will not be able to relay it further. Also, there are some other subtleties. Well, they do matter, of course, but you can read through that information on your own. And the last but not the least, AI. And you know, a meme popped up in my head, a meme about comparison of Samsung and Apple presentation. When Samsung is using AI every other 2 words, and then there's a video where Tim Cook says, well, now iPad has a calculator. We have just been talking about that, and now let us talk about artificial intelligence, because this is something new. It is being used actively, and let me mention what you should focus in. First and foremost, AI is not an author, and it has already been regulated in Ukraine. By the way, Ukrainian legislation, well, it's probably pretty advanced, because the US, the EU are now mostly focusing on regulating machine learning, using works by other authors. We even have first cases, court cases, when the real authors are suing AI systems. But in our case, we have already regulated who do the rights belong to. So the first important thing is that AI is not an author. Now, second, there are no property rights, so there is no right to be mentioned as an author, etc., as opposed to works. Third, AI and the objects that are AI generated are not considered to be works, because work is something created by a natural living person rather than a machine. And that is why it's not going to be protected at the work, but the program generated by the machine. And sui generis is applied to that, and you have the rights, but they are limited by 25 years. It starts with the moment of generating it, and it expires 25 years later. But again, even the word in itself, from the moment when it has been generated, as opposed to the work from the moment of its creation versus generation. The important thing in your work, especially if you are working on commissions with clients, you have to focus on terms of use when it comes to artificial intelligence. Who do they hand the rights over to and on what conditions? This is number one. Point number two, does your client allow you to use AI? Now, regarding the first one, as a rule, the rights belong to the person who generated it, say. Well, it mostly mentioned that all of the output belongs to whoever who created the input. But having said that, you can create this input based on the materials of your client. And you have to focus on what are the conditions of your collaboration with your client, because as a rule, the contract directly prohibits and bans the use of AI or require preliminary written agreement on the use of AI. Why is that? Again, we're going back to the fact that we still have not regulated how do we use any existing works for machine learning. Their use for machine learning is outlined in the law on copyright and adjacent rights. So if there is no permission given to you, that means that you are already violating it. And your client can fine you, they can terminate the agreement with you early. And in general, this is not the best thing to do. You know, doing something without getting a permission from the person who commissioned something from you. And you know, as I have said, we could have put it into a separate special volume, but I believe that we have reached the goal to simplify your understanding of what seems to be complicated, so that at the very least you're gonna stop liking lawyers because they always say, oh, this is not allowed, that is not allowed, this is not permitted. And in general, be more confident when you work, and to not only be confident in your creative skills, but also knowing how to use them in a legally correct way. Thank you so much. There's also a final slide that I'm gonna talk about really quickly, because there is one more panel discussion waiting for us ahead. We have created a table that includes the pitching forums where you can submit your projects. All of them are abroad. There are a few rules of thumb. You should remember that all pitchings and all information is only provided in the English language. And if you're gonna present something, you have to be prepared that you will have to present in the English language also. All of the documents that you are submitting should be translated professionally, not just simply, oh, I'm gonna chat GPT it. No, you cannot do that. If you're using AI in your project and if you are submitting it to the pitching, you have to also mention that in your application. This is a very important thing, because if you don't mention that, your project might be completely ignored. Also, you have to always thoroughly read through the rules. They are available everywhere. and everything that you need is to simply open them and look through them from A to Z, because if you break any of the rules, you might be disqualified. And this table, of course, was created this year. Can we please show it on the slide? Oh, here it is. This is what it's gonna look, more or less. You cannot see it that well, but it includes everything. Description, the month. We didn't include the dates because the dates and the deadlines are shifting. The full list of documents, the conditions of eligibility for this pitching, which projects can be submitted, and whether there will be an award or some networking. Basically, which perks are you gonna get from this gig. And there is always the month, but you have to check every single year because the deadline, as I have mentioned, shifts. And one more thing, if you are selected, you should understand that as a rule, you're the one who covers travel for this pitching. So you have to also include that into your budget. If you actually want to present your project, pitching for definitely are not gonna cover your travel. They sometimes cover your accommodation, but again, thoroughly read the conditions. And usually, if you are selected, you might have to pay some fee if you have been selected. So you have to do all the math, look through all of the conditions, so that you don't make mistakes later. Because if you might be selected and then you're gonna end up having no money, because sadly that happened in the past. This is it. If you have any comments or remarks, it is gonna see the world in October. It's almost ready. We just have to finalize some design pieces. Please read it. Please also subscribe to our social media, our website. We're gonna do all of the possible and impossible newsletters, and after that, please send us some feedback. Which is missing? What other things should be analyzed in the future? Because we're gonna collect your feedback to further improve it. And please do not leave the room, because the panel discussion is coming up. Thank you so much for your attention. And now we're going to talk about how to learn and work in the creative industry when everything is changing. And this section will be moderated by Anatoly Popov, CEO and founder of Cases, and our amazing panelists. Anatoly, will you please introduce them? Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, let us take our seats. I think we move everything closer so that we can create a cozy atmosphere.
Need to put it like this. You're doing it like a standard panel discussion. Create the arrangement as if we are in the coffee shop and we see each other. Thank you so much. Yes, this is the perfect one. Oleg, let me help you. Perfect. And instantly I'd like to say that the idea of our today's discussion, let us create to rebrand it instantly. It will not be a discussion, it will be a conversation, because honestly speaking, I'm an anti-fan of panel discussions, because the typical one is conducted in the following way. I've got 7 questions, I post the first one, then the mic is going in circles, and we don't have time to discuss anything, because everyone is answering the same first question. Today we'll converse in a different manner. Undoubtedly we'll start with the following. Let's get acquainted. I will tell about the ones who are here, and then we'll be conversing not in the format of formally speaking a question and everybody is answering, but it will be a conversation as if we are sitting in some coffee shop and just conversing on a relevant topic. So, first of all, I'm really lucky today to take part in this conversation. Let me tell you, I will be sitting with my smartphone. Don't think that I'm swiping something or reading anything while people are communicating. I just prepared different notes so that this discussion could be done in the proper way. Let me get you acquainted who is taking part in this discussion. Today we have Oleg Malamush, CEO of Autoritet Studio, director of Mavka the Foreign Song, member of the board of the Ukrainian Film Academy. From my behalf, let me add that for me it's a huge pleasure to get acquainted with you today and to be with you. It's the same panel discussion, because for me Mavka is a kind of a feat. It was launched and it was out when the war was already ongoing. So for me it was the first really authentic animation film where we had such a point when, you know, they quote Lesia Ukrainka in the end. It really makes me shivers down my spine. Then we have Christina Boyko, who is a co-owner of Endaction Studio. And she is also a communication expert, creative producer, curator, and lecturer of the video making course at the Ukrainian Catholic University. She's also a person who is actively involved in educational process, and besides that, she has the understanding how commercial animation is working. If you did not know it, the video of Okan Elzi about Mukachevo, yes, thank you, which really, which I like a lot, because the song is really cool. It was created by Endaction Studio, and one more person who is with us is the person of the Volodymyr Cherner, CEO of the creative digital agency New Strategies Group. He's the founder of AI agency Maybutnya and author of the media project about AI Shtuchka Intellect, which you can see in the internet, on the Telegram. So looking at the composition of this discussion, that's an interesting conversation expected, because Oleg can tell us in an interesting way about the state of the Ukrainian animation as of today, where we are now at. Those are the questions which I would ask you to answer about. Christina can tell us about the commercial animation, and Volodymyr is maybe one of the key Ukrainian experts on AI, which it's impossible to be deprived of. So that's how we'll create this conversation. When we are thinking about the framework of this conversation, we thought to begin with the landscape, the situation which we have now. Because of course we're speaking about education, but the profile education is not about something in vacuum, it's about the market, the job market, because in fact if we think on that, the profile education is creating experts, and the experts are the life force of the market, and the fact that the young experts are doing here is directly connected to what is taking place at the market. And my first impression I'd like to share that now the market is living through really complicated times, because during the recent years the classical animation needs huge resources. Oleg, do I remember correctly that the budget of Mavka was $7 million? How many people were involved in this project? Well, altogether 500. If we mean all of the participants, not only artists, but during the whole period there was approximately 500 of experts, and that was an international one. There was a huge base of, yes, we had outsourced international teams. That's without dubbing all over the world, because that will be even more. But in fact, if we speak about the production of the project, approximately 500. So during the recent years, if we look at the current situation of the market, what do we see there? That, as far as I know, one of the main donors of Ukrainian animation was USAID, because I remember when we came to them with our project, we communicated about the topic of creative industries. I don't remember exactly what was the name of the expert, but he told, we are interested in cinema and animation because it creates lots of job places, cultural effect is created, and so on. And we know that what happened with USAID, looking at the current administration, we know that they stopped funding of the projects which were on the go, and other foundation which could help Ukrainian culture to develop was the Ukrainian Cultural Fund, which is now going on giving grants, but the amounts have decreased substantially because they were millions of hryvnia for bigger projects. Now it's hard to get them, and the budgeting is really limited. How do you feel the situation from within? Because I was trying to understand before our discussion whether there are any huge projects in production, and it seems it's a vacuum. No, they exist, and they are at different level. Speaking about the manufacturing, the production itself, we have one full-length film of Animograd Studio, and it's a good piece of news. And again, this was the project which was funded by the State Film Agency during the war. There was the competition, so they decided to fund the project. In fact, it's now moving from pre-production to production, as far as I know. Then there are several, formally speaking, TV shows. Our animation industry is really diverse. There are several studios which are developing content for YouTube channels, and they can be huge. The teams can reach up to 100 people, and it's a good piece of news because those are Ukrainian teams. Thus, this was the TV show production, and this is the foundation, the muscle of any industry. Full-length film is a kind of an art from the bigger screen. But in the majority cases in the world, speaking about animation, TV shows production is the foundation, so that they could train as newbies, juniors could come and train, and then be ready to something harder, complicated, and to fill the market with their own projects. Speaking about the current condition, the worst option, which used to be, is the beginning of the war, because that was the shock. We did not understand what will happen next. I was asked by the Japanese why we stopped Mavka during the war. We were producing it for 7 years. Well, that was a perfect storm. You had pandemic as well. Pandemic did not affect the animation because we were sitting at the computers separately, and that's it. Remote jobs emerged, and vice versa. It helped Ukraine because Ukrainians could work with the Canadians, Americans, and so on. So this was the point of office offline, which has become online, and it really, well, impacted into our country because many people were able to work remotely from all over the corners of the world. They're working with the Indians as well. Pandemic really affected the cinema. But as for animators and gaming industry, they even had an additional push. That was the shift. But speaking about industry, as of now, at the Odessa Film Festival, we had a meeting on Ukrainian animation with the TV channels, Suspilne and Plus Plus TV channels, and there is the feeling that there is the decrease of the economy, which influences the TV channels and influences distribution, speaking about Ukraine. And there are even the TV channels even have that what's important, that the foreign producers can provide free content for Ukraine, for Ukrainian children, because they have content, huge archives and catalogs, so they can, the ones which are not in trend, which they could share, of 5-10 years, dating back 5 or 10 years, they can give it to our children for screenings. For Ukrainian producers, it's bad, because here is the competition which is not there. You cannot provide your content for free if you invested into it in Ukraine. So the studios fail well if they work for YouTube and Facebook. Good news for Europe and the US. They have the increase of adult animation, which is already the increase of the audience. We have the increase of the number of adult content, and it gives the opportunity to develop. The new genres emerge, which never were in the animation before. The Europeans and Japanese had it, but not there. And the really good news in education, what we saw in the report, that the universities are launching additional programs. So the number of young people who are in animation sphere and around it is the foundation for the interest. Mavka helped it a lot. Everybody could see that animation is the business. It's a successful business. There's the highest revenues in cinema industry still. And even the biggest box office of film director with 2 films. Some people have 5 or 6, but animation earned more. So here are the challenges, but we've already adjusted to war. I don't know what about you, but war is war, and we are living and working under the conditions which are now. So it seems to me 2026 can be an improvement for animation, because there are interested people from the president in this industry. They could see that they need to do something in that. Otherwise, Russian animation will win. This is the direct challenge for propaganda. And State Film Agency recovers and stimulates, incentivizes, and speaks us about good perspectives, we hope. So I have certain hopes about that. However, it's not easy for us, and we explain to the foreigners how we work. It's not scary anymore. We already know the risks. But that's what we have. Oleg, As for you, your team, Ani Mahrat, if we take 2022, 23, 24, 25, do you have the feeling about any positive dynamic? Or we are in a kind of a flat line in the expectations of improvements? Different feelings, depending on the studio, depending on the state of the project. If, at large, we could see the positives. Because now, as well as in the war, if you look at some direction or some part of the front line, there could be positive or negative, but at large we have adjusted and we know where to move on to. From my behalf, I'm expecting for the increase, for a rise, because it seems to me the lowest peak, the bottom, has already been achieved. We felt it with our feet and we are ready to push back, to bounce back. Whether the increase is slow or rapid, that's the question. I can see some positive in that. I totally agree with you, perfect, because in fact, sometimes you can hear such opinions that creative industries are not timely. But you raise an important topic that if we speak about animation, children's animation, there is the fundamental lack of children's content. And this lack is not the vacuum as it is, because YouTube creates new opportunities, and we can see that. I have nephews who are constantly consuming Russian language content because it's numerous, it's being popularized. So I tell even my nephew's moms, why don't you turn it off? Why don't you have Ukrainian ones? But we don't have it. We have Patron the dog, but we don't have the specialized children's content. It does not exist. So I agree with the strategic investments which we should search resources for. But let's not take the air of our colleagues. Christina, let us talk with you. We were speaking with Oleg how animation studios are feeling. Your team is dealing with not full-length films, but still you're creating lots of videos. And it seems to me that for the generations of animators, such formats like an action studio is a wonderful way to realize whatever you can. And I have a similar question to you, because it seems to me that the agencies and video production ones have a certain advantage in comparison with the bigger production, because it's a commercially big structure which is hard to promote. You are much more mobile. By the way, how many people are employed in an action studio? Maybe you have the staff and freelancers? Yes, we've changed our strategy. Hello everyone, first of all. We've changed our strategy during the recent times. Before that, we were bringing up in-house illustrators and animators. Now we've shifted to the model when we have creative producers or project managers, depending on the competences, and art directors. And illustrators and animators are more involved for freelance. Now in-house we have 20 people, one of them is already the veteran of the war. The second one, we are expecting for him to come back to the studio. Now he is at rehabilitation. And the other one is the military, the serviceman of the armed forces. So in fact we have 18 people working. Altogether, in fact, there can be different periods of work, because at the beginning of the full-scale invasion, it gave us the first wave. Nobody understood what to do with content. Then the brand said, okay, people are fleeing to escapism, they don't want to see reality, but what should we show? That we are bombed or shelled? I think that you all lived through that. So I don't want to remind you about that. I don't want to re-traumatize you. But at the moment, animation commercially got a huge boost in Ukraine. And I think that you've seen a lot how much of advertisement emerged. I'm totally not the person who demonizes ads. I love it. And at some panels I'm educational panels, I'm a kind of a devil, because people say, culture doesn't have money. And I tell, go to ads. But jokes aside, ads give you the opportunity to test different formats, and our studio in particular really pushed a lot such a massive perception and consumption of animation. And yes, we have ads, but we try to do it aesthetically and interesting way, not primitive way. as this is how our clients provide budgets to popularize that. I think that you've all seen how much of external screens and boards help us in seeing lots of communication, because the eye of the people gets used that we get something new, something different. The recent year, as for the advertisement, as our studio is dealing with shooting and ads and mixed formats, including AI, still looking at the classic animation, there is a more complicated styles. We were prepared by Futurama and The Simpsons, which were not children's content, and it's cool to some extent, so there is a request. It is moving on, but in a different way. For marketing, the issue is whether you like it or don't like it, whether it's working or you don't. I will not tell you in specific, but one of the top Ukrainian agencies don't believe in animation. They say that animation is not working for the ads. Other people say, but it is working. So here you need to get away from this subjective attitude, what can be done in the creative projects. But we should look upon the objective reasons, what is selling. Volodymyr shouldn't be too sad. What about a short remark? What do you feel? The same question here. You have the agency, and this year you launched the agency which is specialized on the topic of AI. So we had enough of time to discuss that. So you said that there is a kind of a rise, especially in the AI category. Hello, everyone. Yes. We have a huge boost. Whatever is not coming to animators is coming to AI. Something like that. I can tell you that it never used to be like this before, because we did not have the needed tools. In the last year, Midjourney launched the functions of CRF, which allowed to generate some characters and to transfer them. In March this year, Sora launched the functions where you could give the references and create it. It was similar, but it changed. Similar but changing is not the format which was needed for animation, because they need the consistent character everywhere. In each frame it should look the same, your eyes, the haircut, proportions, and so on. 3 weeks ago, maybe you heard, there is Nana Banana from Google and C-Dream for 4K. They allow you not just to generate a character, but to do whatever you want. Different perspectives, angles, camera scenes, locations, actions, and so on. It was the first factor of cardinal changes, as for me, at the animation market, because now you can generate a character and you can do anything with it. It will be similar everywhere. And in fact, you can just spend times and times less time to create some sequence of shots, of frames. There are two more factors which will influence the market, but so far we did not see them. First, we'll see it on the 6th of October. In Ukraine, there was a recent AI film festival, and approximately 80% of the works were animated. Cartoons, anime, and so on. So when I saw them, I understood that the level of AI animation has cardinally increased. Comparing to the last year, it is totally different. So it turns out to be so high quality that you can in fact watch it, not for 15 seconds only because you were forced to, but because it's interesting. The picture is of high quality. There was a studio which filmed a Knoxville cartoon for 10 minutes, and the picture was so detailized and of such a high quality. I don't know how they did it. Maybe they first generated the character, cut it out with rotoscope, and then they edited to the generated backgrounds at the level of the animation tools. Still, they compiled it and made it a super high quality and specific picture. And it solved the issue, because working with the networks, there were lots of artifacts, and they did not have any artifacts. I was super surprised how they achieved it, but they did. And the third point, what happened the day before yesterday, was the updated Sora 2 launched. Even today, without commercial rights, with the special access by invites in 480 pixels quality, with a very simple request like create anime about my character or a cartoon about my character, even about Mavka. We checked it. It is in the data set. Yes, it's illegal, but they did it. You can create 10-second video about her, just having one request, without any skills. And the whole trick is that as soon as OpenAI will take place in 2 weeks, there will be access in the generation of full HD, that is 1080p, which is supported from the online. You will be able to create 16 or 20-second videos, we don't know for sure, it's a very approximate one, in any style, with any characters. And for ads, it's a revolution, because mostly the ads are about 15, 20, 30 seconds. And the usual customer who has money, why does he have to get to my agency even if they can hire a student for 20,000 hryvnia? I can answer this question. Who will just use one request and create prompt, and will create 500 videos, and will check all of the customers' hypotheses. This is the main challenge which is expected for the market. We have jumped a bit. It's okay for the discussion to jump from topic to topic, but I would like to, as a captain of this ship, I'd like to turn us to the mainstream topic, which is the education. So we know more or less where we are now at, what's the current landscape, so I'd like to speak about the education and to be as applied as possible. I'd like to believe that the people who are interested in that and who will listen to us, they will get some useful and interesting insights. Speaking about education, before we conducted this discussion, Anastasia, the organizer of LINOLEUM, let's give her a round of applause, she said, read the article. There is an important question there. The article was about the International Animation Film Festival in Annecy. So, in the global world, animation is not feeling that bad. For instance, there is the forecast which tells us that as of 2024, the animation market was $370 billion. But in 6 years, it is expected that it will be doubled, up to $600 billion, which means that even more content will be produced, there will be more requests and work, on the one hand, and it looks very optimistic. But on the other side of this spectrum, what was the point of this article? It was that this International Film Festival had stands, the stands from the employers and from the schools, which are training the students. And the stands from the schools were about 10 of them. And there were about 2 stands from the employers, which means now we need to say that there is the simplification of not only the video production by prompts. It is very easy to create your own education process. When you come to YouTube, and every expert says, hello, I'm a marketologist, and I will train you, and I'm a designer, you will get to know how to design with me. The market is huge. There are systematic players at this market who are constantly investing into the story. And this festival highlights the problem. We feel as if the education started to train experts much more than they would have real jobs. And at least in the Western world, where there's lots of work and experts who are graduating the courses, there is the feeling of fundamental staff profit. From the one hand, I would like to talk about that. Do you feel that in Ukraine? Because if we read some analytical news, it seems that it should have been there, because we don't have that many new job places emerging at the market. On the other hand, the analytical articles are not always true. And I'd like to understand first a simple question, just yes or no one. Do you feel there is a kind of a fundamental staff deficit when you open a position and you've got lots of candidates? In Ukraine, because of the war, yes. If we speak about the economy, which we used to have before the war, the development of animation, looking at the courses, I did not have even time to give the enough education to the courses, because they were taken as supervisors. We had the lack of people. 5 years ago, I began to train because I understood that I cannot create the storyboards of my film on my own. It's not real. But speaking about the world, taking into account the forecast of the development, in France we have retraining of students. It is real. They are fighting that. They're trying to balance that and so on. And the French are going all over Europe with the high quality studios, because other countries don't have them that many as we do. If we take India, that's 1.5 billion of population. Every year they have 1 million students graduating, and those are the markets which are just beginning their development. The animation market is incredible. Speaking about Ukraine specifically, we have the interest because of MAFKA, because of interest to animation. Because the people wanted to get education, and they had only Karpenko-Kary University. Now they have several universities, and they are competing by curricula. But still, we are being trained. Even I am recommending to search jobs not only here, but abroad, to get to know how to work vastly, because it's an international market. There are no issues about that, because Ukrainians are really well employed abroad. Everybody knows about that. It's an experience as well. Do you mean employment moving there? No, they can work remotely. Well, mostly the ladies, the girls are moving, but you can work remotely. And during the previous panel, we already said that it's very hard when the person is working in the Ukrainian studio, creating some videos and cinematics for Warhammer. They say that the salaries in Ukraine are not that good, but the French, the British offer, the Americans offer better level. If you achieved higher level, then you are headhunted. 3 people from MAFKA went to Disney, Sony, and so on, and those were the best minds, and I would really like them to stay at Ukrainian market. They can only partially cooperate with us, but you will see about success cases, about the best cases, and I'm interested, to try and compare the following characteristics. For instance, there was the vacancy 4 or 5 years ago, and there were 10 candidates for it. And now, in comparison with the current times, if we have the open vacancy, well, before the war we had 5 vacancies and 4 candidates. There was deficit. Yes, there was the deficit. We could save it with projector, additional education, which could save the situation. If you'd like to create a huge project, you can do it with your own hands. It was a huge issue, but now we have additional free resources which can be hired as experts. It seems to me about 30%, maybe 40% of them are free at the market, and still, how can I tell? Only the students who don't have experience are free. But if the person is in the industry already, he or she can be needed a lot. The customers need such a person. The industry is being shifted, looking from monthly rates to project activity. And it's the classical European scheme in the majority of cases. In Europe, the salary system is like Illumination Studio, Skydance, huge studios which are working according to the American system.
So now then, let us try talking about the two, because this is a pretty frequent problem. When you look at the reports, they usually are measuring the market with the number of vacancies. But probably this is not exactly right, and Christia also mentioned that there is an in-house team of 18 people, but I believe that the entire network is probably way broader. Well, I can tell you how it works for us. In general, there's probably a deficiency. So, are many people applying for the job? Yes, many people are. But can you be more precise? How many? It can even be 50 people applying for a 2D vacancy or an animation job. But when you start talking to them, because we also have the format now that we're trying to promote further. It's forms for talents. So this is not some kind of folder where we're just collecting these applications. No, we're trying to constantly update it in Notion. All the people who are applying, and we are trying to validate them. If we did some project with them, we're leaving some footnotes. For some, we say yes, amazing. Others are flagged as a red flag, so that we're not going to hire them again. We always are trying to discuss it with the entire team, including this person. What was it like? What have they learned? What were the harder assignments, etc.? What was easier to do? And yeah, that allows us to learn a lot of information. And of course, it also depends on the request. If something needs to be done quicker, then you're gonna hire people who charge more. But also, some have smaller budget, and the duration is 5 to 6 minutes. So say if we have the resource and opportunity, then we can also hire someone who is willing to work for a lower rate. But if we're talking about people who are responsible, someone who said that they'll do and they actually live up to that promise, people who are in touch all the time. Yes, we understand that there are working hours, but there are some people who are not replying at all. And I'm not talking about some emergency, say if the city has been shelled overnight and then the person is not replying to anything. But I'm talking about people who are not responsive at all. We don't really enjoy working with people like that. Or people who cannot come up with the price, cannot tell what they are capable of or what they are incapable of. Yes, I understand that there is a matter of creativity and certain creative doubts and whatnot, but there is psychotherapy, there is experience, and sooner or later you should find your spot. And you don't always have time to think about what can we offer, what can they offer, what can they do. So if we're talking about cool people who have good communication skills, who can actually work hard, who, because we're usually doing it for a fee, so we have to take everything into account. We have to make amendments. Of course, there are some things that we are gonna do anyways, but when the art director is saying that, no, we have to reduce something, but then the artist says, now, I like it this way, I'm not gonna change anything. And that is why there are actually not that many people. And also, there was a huge deficiency. Yesterday, I was talking to a cool animator, and he was mobilized, he was drafted. Another animator moved abroad, and I know 2 animators that we worked with but stopped working with them because due to the large-scale invasion, they illegally went abroad, and my personal position is that I'm not gonna work with people like that. And the fact that there are no mechanisms that will keep some people in creative industry to keep them from being drafted. Yes, there is deficiency due to that because people are switching to other industries and other areas. And sometimes there are people, but they need advanced training and you cannot always train them. I think that this is an amazing moment to bridge this gap and to reply to the question, who do we look for? What is the profile of a person that we need in our teams today? And let us try to discuss it in as much detail as possible, because you were talking about some universal skills, and I do agree that oftentimes, this reminds me about the joke about Ivan who was praying to the god. Ivan was praying to the God and he was saying, dear God, it's so hard. I have children, I have a wife, I have to buy the clothes for them, have to get the fur coat for my wife. The kids are gonna enroll into university. I gotta help them somehow to enroll, and they have to move to a different city. And the angels are listening to all that, and they see that Ivan is crying, that his eyes are so red. And then they go to God and say, "Dear God, please look at Ivan, look at how much he's praying and how much he's suffering." And the God turns around and Ivan says that, "I want you to help me." He says, "Dear God, I don't need that much. I just want to win a lottery. It doesn't even have to be the jackpot. It doesn't have to be the main prize. It can be, I don't know, 300,000, 500,000 hryvnia, 250,000 hryvnia, something tangible. Just to help my family." He keeps crying. And then the God turns to the angels and also cries and says, "Well, I would have helped Ivan, but the problem is that Ivan is not buying the lottery ticket." And this reminds me those people who go to consultations regarding getting a job, because they usually keep applying for one vacancy or multiple vacancies, and the mistakes that they are committing might seem obvious to us, but not that obvious to the person. So let us tell people, who are you looking for? Who are you looking for in your team? What things do you deem the most necessary from the viewpoint of tools, skills, personal qualities that people require to be fit for you? And one more question, because we keep talking about the animators, but animation is not like only one kind of job. It is an entire range of different jobs. So what kind of people do you need? Because maybe this is also something important, because people might be flocking to one type of vacancies, but maybe we need some other sort of qualifications and experience and skills. I think we're going to start with Volodymyr, because I forgot to give you the floor earlier. Okay, let's do it this way. So who are we looking for first and foremost? There are designers and creators. This is a key person who comes to us and who is supposed to come with certain skills. We recently posted a job opening. There were 140 applications. About 20% out of them were fit experience-wise, and about 3 persons whose skills were relevant. By the way, 140 applications, right? Experience-wise. What about 120? Well, usually these are the students who see a job opening and they are trying to apply for it. And I would like to say that I remember talking to one of my colleagues, and he would say, we have 350 people applying for a job opening, and the students, beginners, hear that, and it scares them so much. They turn white because of how stressed they are. And then out of these 350 people, 250 are just kind of a CV spam. And there are not that many people fit for the job. And from what I understand, there were only like 20 people who were kind of fit. Yes, the rest of them are taxi drivers, escort people. How do you know that? Do they mention their experience? Some people mention that. With others, you can tell someone you talk, because why would people even mention that? No, they do. I'm not even kidding. We were shocked. There was even one girl who does OnlyFans. That was on her CV. Okay, no comments, but jokes aside, 20 people are fit for the job. How do you decide who is the best fit? The test. We use the test assignment because what people are doing, the portfolio, it is good that if you have that, it increases the probability. But without the task assignment, there is no point in moving forward, because everything that has been written, everything that has been showed can be fake. Okay. Krista, over to you. So what jobs do we have? I would like to also add to your joke that actually hard skills are a must. What are hard skills? How do you define them? Well, it depends on the position. If a person does not know how to work in Adobe, if a person doesn't know how to explain how they implemented certain movement, or how they are making the walking and you can tell that the person does not understand basic physics. We're talking about animation, right? Yeah, an animator or an illustrator. Again, these are details. But my business partner Vitaly is the one responsible for that. He's the head of the animation section. But if a person does not know how to work with different software, we will not be able to work with this person. So this is the basis. And the rest is something that, of course, we would like to see to also have the test assignment. We usually do the test assignment within the commercial project. Say we have some requests and we're offering people to do the test assignment. If they show good results, then we're going to hire them for the project. We have done that in the past too, so that a person also doesn't feel that, oh, I'm just going through a ton of test assignments. So the one who does the best job and does the best interview, then we hire them. How do you do a proper test assignment? Well, I'm not a good person to respond to that question because I don't know how to animate. I tried to do it once just for fun, but again, I'm a person who is not good at that. So if we're talking about animators or illustrators, people who have technical skills, Vitaly talks to them. I don't know if any of you know him, but he is a very open, frank, sincere, and technical person because it took him some time to learn how to animate, and he started doing that 10 years ago because before that we were just shooting. He understands every detail and nuance, and he understands everything in depth. Another important thing is whether people are even testing anything that is AI related. For example, Vitaly himself took some of our works and also did the test assignment using AI. I can show it to you after. But going back to the job, so that we're not only talking about the animators. First and foremost, we need project managers. If you like animation but you don't know how to draw or how to create illustrations, but you like communicating with people and you are good at planning, this is a very cool job. The core here is to love communicating about good things, about bad things, about weather, about their complaints, about work, and many other things. Second, art directors. In our case, mostly people who used to be illustrators or animators. And these are usually people that we are building in-house. Finding animation art director with school experience background is unbelievable. You know what I'm talking about, right? Because you have to build this kind of a person, because such people for the most part work at Disney or elsewhere. Unfortunately, not for us. Or people who apply might have very cool graphical design skills. And for example, we can hire them for the production team, but for animation, it's gonna be challenging. If there's someone who works with that, it is important to understand all of the processes to make edits to animation illustrations, understand what works, what doesn't work, figure out how much time is necessary to perform certain assignments so that together with the project manager, the project can be implemented in a proper way. But it all needs to work comprehensively. Second, illustrators. I've already mentioned that the model has been changed, and it is important for us to work with different illustrators so that the styles are different and diverse, because we used to have a fixed team and illustrations looked very similar. You know, I love Serhiy Medikov and I respect him a lot, but for example, every time I see any collaboration, I first can tell that this is Serhiy, and then I can tell that it's someone. But this is natural, right? No, in his case, yes, but for a studio, when we're making some promo or Moldau and Rosetka, we cannot do this. We have to offer some different kind of styles to all of them. Well, we have mentioned animations, but hard skills are a must. Neither Vova nor you, we have a panel discussion about education, and neither of you has mentioned that we need people to have certification, we need people to have degree. Do you actually not care about that? No. Okay, so you also don't care about it. And this is pretty interesting because prior to this discussion, and I would like to also remind you respond to that. I'm sorry that we're taking slightly longer, but I would like Oleg to also respond. I have read research about the situation in the United Kingdom and Britain. And in Britain, in animation, yes, there is a requirement of having degree. And at the same time, I'm also seeing some not exactly nice numbers that if we're looking at all education institutions, about 10% start their career almost immediately. 1 in 10, probably more turtles make it to the ocean than graduates make it to their jobs. But in the productions and agencies, there is a requirement to have degree. And I'm very curious that why are we different? Why are we not really that interested in that? Well, it seems to me that here we have to understand that we are competing with the world. We are not living in our Ukrainian bubble. And I have been working my whole life in the international animation. And it's easier for me to understand why people don't want to watch us, why we cannot sell our project. Because the understanding of level of animation should be on par with the international requirements. And then we will be treated as equals. So Mavka needed 10 years of 3D animation development on all stages of the process. And animation is developing in a logical way, the way it should be developing in any country. There is the market of junior professionals who have gone to the 3 or 4 month course, and they can do some simple thing where a few objects need to move. Many animators also go to IT because animation requirements there are lower. And to work with very, very simple YouTube content, Facebook content, where you have to do it faster rather than in a quality way. And then the next step are people who are creating good quality series who can also do ads, because if we're talking about large budgets, then it have to be at a pretty high level. If it's the average type budget, it should also be an average level. And then high level. Here we're talking about films or high level ads that take half a year to be created. And there are some pretty good quality examples in Europe when they are almost on par with the Japanese animation. The teams focus on that. They have teams with very proficient experts. And the question here is, what level do you want to be at? If you're a beginner, you should not work on long films because it might be too complicated. Say, I'm not looking at people whose soft skills I don't know. Very often I look at the students, my students, and I look at how they are learning, whether they are organized, whether they can work hard, whether they can amend and edit 12 times without quitting their job, because that can happen. So depending on your skill level, there are different levels within the industry. But the question is, where do you see yourself? We have a colleague who, when we worked at Animograd, he really wanted to make it to Disney. And 5 later, she did make it to Disney. And now she works in LA. And this is realistic. You can do that if you set a goal and if you are developing. But I wouldn't say that there are that many examples when a person doesn't know anything and then they start working on full-length movies. Yeah, they might have a diploma, but this is not enough. This is not sufficient. Can I ask one more question? In your opinion, is this organic? Or do we have some systemic issue with our training and education, and our education market needs to also evolve and change? It is evolving, and we are organically responding to the challenges. For example, we do not have scholars in animation. You don't find a person that you can discuss something that pertains to the animation development for an hour, unlike in Europe, because animation is a very young form of art. It's only 100 years old. Visual art, design, etc. has been with us for thousands of years. But here, we have been breathing life into our characters for only 100 years, and we don't yet know how it's going to evolve due to technology. How are we going to animate? Are we going to do it in holographic space, changing the script in real-time mode, the operators who will be amending the script to the person, depending on the viewer? And that's why everyone is saying that it can double, because technology allows animation to do whatever that filmmaking cannot even imagine. Let's imagine every person has their own avatar, and that avatar exists depending on how this person wants to do them, and how much do we need to exist for this kind of universe to exist, to create that. Again, thanks to AI, because manually you won't be able to do something like that. And you also need AI. It simplifies many processes. Is already everywhere on Photoshop, After Effects, and other kinds of software, because it automates many processes and it speeds it up, and the amount of content can be at a completely different level, and then it can also become personalized, and the person can obtain results. I think this is an amazing full stop, and understand that we can keep talking for hours since we have very interesting panelists here with us on the stage. But I think that the key thing is that we understand that first and foremost, my insights are everything is not as bad as it might seem. Based on the analytical reports, we are climbing the mountain. The market is also becoming better. You have to figure out how to work with AI. Rather than being scared of it, it's not going to take your job away. And there are very many things that animators can do, not only in the animation field, also in advertisement, etc. And you have to be ready that you shouldn't simply be looking for a job, working as a full-time employee, but also be prepared for the project work. These are my key takeaways. Thank you so much for discussing that with me, and thank you so much for sharing so many interesting things with us. I'd like to say that all of us are going to be here, and if you have any questions, please feel free to come up to any of us. Thank you. Thank you. Now we're going to have a 20-minute break. And you can find a few boxes with surprises in the hallway.
You just wanna hold it, don't wanna swim it over. It feels like you got it, you want your roller coaster. Don't ask me about my freedom, don't ask me about my wisdom. You want it, you need it,
Це не вона. В загальному чаті. Угу. Так. Так. А мені цікаво, ти коли так кружечки наводиш, воно типу швидше працює? І заставки наші, і презентації. О, все, супер. Ми готові до трансляції?
Okay, hello again, and we are going on with our keynote speeches, and now we have the speech of Yaroslav Belinsky from Design for Ukraine, who will tell us about the research of the stage of professional ethics in the Ukrainian design. This is the research which is, as well as ours, is still under process, but still there are some of the points which are well known, and this is the presentation, so please let's look at the screens. And Yaroslav. Hello everyone. Thank you. Anastasia asked us to present our research, which in fact we still do not have, because in fact we have to finalize it in the end of October. That is why we will show the data which we have as of now, but so far it is under the process. We are planning on the 19th. Do you remember what that's the day of? What's this celebration? There will be some festivity which we wanted to connect this presentation to for the 19th. This is when it will be ready, but I will try and show you something. Mostly I show all of the presentations with some cool pictures, interesting cases. It's easy to tell about. And today I will have to show the figures. And somehow I need to explain them in an interesting and funny way. So sorry if this presentation seems boring to you, but I will try to do it in a fun way. I never thought that we will be dealing with ethics, because for the whole life I'm dealing with design, which seems to be totally different, but together with the colleagues in 2018 we founded our NGO Design for Ukraine with an objective to work on the topics which I'd say the majority of our colleagues don't deal with. They are mostly dealing with their projects, with their works and earning money, but there are lots of points which we should have done so that the community would be convenient to work in, so that we would have some rules, so that everything could be okay with the treaties and contracts. So we took all of those issues and we're trying to package them into the strategy. So since 2018 we are working on the huge number of tasks. So the Americans say that as if they believe in God, they write the words "In God we trust" on their notes and coins. But our team believes in design and in the victory of Ukraine. How can we deal without that? That is why, together with our British colleagues, we've developed, since the very beginning, we developed the strategy. And it somehow happened that all of the activity of our organization was closely connected with the UK. And even now, this research is also supported by the British Council, and a huge respect and gratitude goes to them for that, to our partners. So we, in fact, since the very beginning of the activity of our NGO, we came to that rather substantially, and we provided an ecosystem of design that is the map of how the industry of design should work so that it could be really an industry, as it is done in the majority of Western countries. So the British colleagues helped us define those key spheres which we should cover so that design could become a real industry. So in fact, as of now, you can see the dark circles which we are already closely cooperating with, where we've already done lots of projects and cases. For instance, we're dealing with design politics, we are cooperating with the governmental structures, ministries. This is really a work which will not lead to any gratitude, but someone needs to deal with it. We are conducting researches, we are dealing with export of Ukrainian design abroad, we are representing Ukrainian designers at the international events like Paris Design Week, Milano Design Week. We organize exhibitions. This year, this is the first time when we finally are publishing a book about Kyiv and design, and this book will be for the Western audience. So one of our biggest cases in our portfolio is Festival Kyiv Design Week, which we conduct for the third year in a row. So in a nutshell, that's what we are doing. We have begun dealing with ethics instantly after we founded the organization in 2018, but all of that happened in the format of discussions. Everybody was sending some complicated tasks, acute topics, somehow we noted them and discussed them, but it never moved on. However, we understood the importance of the topic, and finally this year we managed to write a grant application, and this year we are dealing with the research of ethics issues. As any design case, we had a very substantial approach. We started from deep research, collecting similar documents, books, newspapers, different manifestos created by the international huge associations of design or unions. Each formal organization has such a document. So we consciously read all of that and studied that. And however it may seem weird, we came to the conclusion that we cannot just take and translate any of these documents. However, they are numerous, they are really cool. But it won't be honest if you just translate some German handbook on ethics or British one. It will be created for specifically market of Germany or the UK. We have a different context. That is why we understood that we need to begin everything from scratch. We created this kind of a tree of issues. Maybe this is kind of a 100th of those issues which were raised, which we defined. And since the very beginning, what's the approach to all of that? So what ethics is, and why it is different depending on the context of each of the countries. Seems a very simple question. By the way, it is posed in many Western institutions, like Harvard or Stanford, but just in a different context. So, please, could you give a show of hands if you cannot answer this question, or if you don't know the answer? We are saying for the third year that our Russophobia is not enough. So for each of the Ukrainians, the answer is obvious, but it's not that obvious for non-Ukrainians. For instance, if you pose this question to some German or Italian or American guy, they would say, well, there are lots of details, nuances, and they will start their mind games. But we have our own specific position that good Russians do not exist. Only dead Russians are good. But from the perspective of ethics, so to say, such solutions are not ethical. That is why such questions are really acute. They should have been discussed in the society. We should collect some opinions and find some way out of such situations. Somehow my clicker is not working. Now about the timeline, about the beginning of our work. We decided that we need to start with polling, that is to create a huge poll, a form, and to start our research with this form. We were writing this form for about 2 months, and when we finalized this work, we decided that we need to launch it for the Designer Day on the 27th of April. But before that, just a couple of days before this date, we decided to test it for our colleagues and acquaintances. And we had the whole storm of remarks, additions, add-ons, clarifications, and we understood that we are not ready to post it. We need to take all of that into account. It seemed to us that we have already a ready form, but to introduce changes we needed 2 more months. And finally, we posted it just in more than 2 months later, on the 1st of July. This research, this survey was ongoing for 2.5 months, and we finalized it in the middle of September. In fact, we were shocked with the feedback and the responses of the majority of people, because it seemed to us that we are making it more for ourselves and it's not interesting for anyone. But there was an incredible number of positive likes, people thanked us, wrote private messages. It was always rather pleasant. Honestly, I don't remember any comment which would be, why are you doing that? Who needs that? Do something different. Obviously, the topic is really relevant. So the figures and indicators in this survey, altogether, 156 people gave answers and responses to the poll. Seems it's not such a high number, but still, in fact, the form is really big. It has 10 rather big chapters and more than 100 of questions. So the people who filled it, they are really conducted a titanic job. I don't know. I'm admiring such people. They spent their time, they had a very nice approach to that. So in average, for filling the form took 1.5 hours, but the majority wrote that they spent several hours and some of them even several days to fill it. Because we didn't just have simple questions with the tick, but also there were lots of questions which were open, where you needed to sit, to think, to formulate some of your own perspective. And I was expecting, with our colleagues, we discussed that it would be cool if we get 30 polls. It would be already perfect. So this figure of 156 is really good and rather representative, because our research was not quantitative but qualitative. The people who are involved, the profile of our respondents is the following: 71% are women, girls and ladies, and only 28% are men. On the one hand, it is a bit weird, because in design, in fact, according to previous researchers, more men are working, But I think you understand why now the figures are like these. The average age is 32 to 38 years of those who filled the forms. And it's really cool because it is the most active. In fact, experienced people who have an average 10 or 15 years of experience, they are in the profession for a long time, they have seen anything in their life, they understand the context, the problematics. Those are the people who really are flourishing, and they're ready to invest into some changes, implement them, and be involved in creating certain reforms in the industry. So the outcome of this research will be a professional code, ethics code. This will be a kind of scriptures, like the Moses got once. But I hope it will take a bit less than 40 years. It won't be just a document. It will be several also series of public discussions where we need to pose those complicated questions, and during some discussions, maybe hot arguments, we can achieve certain consensus. Because if we define some 10 rules for ourselves and throw them in and say, please use them, obviously no one will, because there should be some social contract. The majority of people have to agree with that. That is why next year there will be the next stage of this research. Those are public debates and discussions. And also we'd like, maybe that will be the third step, we would like to create a course on professional ethics. There should be a standard created which could be implemented into the technical institutions, higher educational institutions, so that it could be a kind of series of lectures or lessons or a course, thanks to which the designers would be able to process such aspects and finalizing and graduating to be really well experienced in this topic. The next point, we decided to check their faith of the designers in their profession. So, to understand how what they're saying is coinciding with what they're doing, because rather often those are totally contradictory things. And 72%, incredible indicator in fact, wrote that they assess the influence of design onto the society as very high. Those are the people who are really aware on how design is working, which influence it may have onto politics, economy, culture. And in fact, it's really nice to hear, because before that, the figures were substantially lower. One more question: what's the social responsibility of the designer? And again, the majority of the respondents said that in the conscious attitude towards copyrights, in the honesty for the user, 67% consider that it's not ethical to work with the products or cases which deceive the users, which provide some untruthful information, like some advertisement which may lie to you about the quality of the product, or just other unethical cases, like gambling, for instance. And also, for the majority, it is important to have the ethical selection of customers, so that the people could have some common values with them. Also, it's important to have projects in inclusive and universal design, design for people with disabilities. Because of the war, as far as I understand, many people, almost half of them, consider that it's very important to work with Ukrainian identity. Because before that we were trying to look alike some international cases, when the case is similar to any other ones. when you cannot separate what country it was produced in, and before that it was considered to be cool. Now, on the opposite, we are trying to focus on our unique identity, authenticity, and to work with Ukrainian narratives exactly. For half of respondents, it's so important. And obviously, almost half again are now taking care about social and volunteer practices. I think that every conscious designer has one or several partners for whom he is creating pro bono projects and supports some of their friends or colleagues in the armed forces of Ukraine or humanitarian projects and so on. And about moral indomitability, kind of flexibility. And again, some of the crazy indicators, 79%, almost 80% of designers consider honesty and transparency important, super important in their profession. And only 11% agreed to not to use some of the ethical norms for the sake of higher fee. Of course, I am not for that, but if you pay me more, I can do that. Only 11% would agree with that. So, pro and cons of the ethics code. That was also interesting to hear the opinion of the community about that. Whether this ethics code is really needed, or we just invented something and we have some distorted understanding it's not needed by anyone. 28% said that it is needed. 48 said that it is highly desirable, but with certain nuances or details. So 70% consider that really we need it. For me, it was a kind of surprise, and I thought that these percentage will be much lower. And only 4% are against the introduction of such a code. Also, important figures are presented here, that 64% treat this code potentially as the argument which they can refer to speaking with the clients or customers. When the customer or the client forces you to not use your own moral principles, you shouldn't bargain with him or her that it is not pleasant for you personally. You may say and you may disagree. Sorry, it is not how our community works. And it adds a certain level of confidence. And also 62% consider the code as the kind of the foundation to be really confident in what they're doing, because when you have the whole community which is powerful, which can support you, it is cool as well. And 58%, that is also the majority, consider that the code is a very good foundation for the common values in the team. So in fact, when you take some person into your team, you can tell him, do you agree with these rules or disagree? If you do disagree, goodbye. It really simplifies the work. And finally, I would like to tell you that many people think that such surveys and statistical data is something which is not needed by anyone. They collected some figures, they put them on the shelf and forgot about that. But in fact, it won't be just a document with figures. As I said, it will be, this is the stage which we are introducing now, is the first one. The next one will include public discussions and formulation of acute issues and finding solutions, how we in community can respond to these or those challenges. Formally speaking, a very simple topic. Would you make a show of hands who think that stealing is okay? No one? Everybody thinks that stealing is bad?
So all of you agree with the statement that stealing is bad. Am I getting it right? Who has any shifts that have been downloaded illegally? Yeah, and this is about moral integrity of fonts. So yeah, who has the fonts that have been downloaded? So yeah, stealing a font or someone's picture that has some copyright, yeah, this is considered to be okay. No, but this is not okay. It's just that we are used, it used to be like that when everything was a common good. But in a civilized world, there are certain rules. There are certain rules of interaction between the members of a professional community. And for me personally, switching from using the pirated fonts to the licensed fonts, I thought that, yeah, I can download this font for free, or I can buy it on a website and pay a price for it. And understand that this font was developed by my colleague that I talk to every day. So how can I talk to him if he sees that I didn't buy, that I didn't pay him, that I simply stole it from him? And he's gonna ask me, where did you get this font from? Because you didn't pay for it, because every time, you get an information about the transaction as a developer. And then I realized that I should not be stealing from my colleagues. What if they're gonna do the same with me? Probably I'm not gonna be exactly happy about it. And then onwards, I stopped downloading pirated fonts. And there are multitude of such tiny things. So I think this code is gonna come in very handy, and that is why we are dedicating time to it. And we have been dealing with it for a year now. But I think that this is a non-exhaustive topic. And there always will be some controversial situations, some high-profile cases that we will have to respond to, because the life was so calm and serene, and then the AI emerged, and no one knows what to do with that. Even the legal professionals cannot catch up with the technology. The legislators cannot catch up with it and draft all of the necessary laws. And if there are no laws, then we have to rely on ethics. Thank you for your attention. You can find us on all social media platforms, so you can easily find us. On October the 19th, we will post a final version of the research, and we will move on to a more open discussion format. If you have any comments, feedback, you can contact us by email, and we will be glad to help you. Because we started getting lots of requests from other fields, people saying that they also want to do something similar, asking us for their help. So yeah, we will be working on it together. Thank you. Let me try this clicker. How does it work? Do I have to click the right and left arrows? Thank you so much. Thank you for letting me raise such an interesting topic. Same as previous speakers, by the way. Thank you so much. It was so interesting listening to your opinion. This topic is pretty unclear, pretty unsure, so it's going to be pretty subjective. I'm going to share my experience, my opinion, because there is nothing clear about it yet. So who am I and why am I even talking about it? I have been working for 10 years on TV as an art director. I have been working in FILM.UA for 12 years as a creative director and producer, mostly working on documentaries, and I have been the head of the R&D department at FILM.UA. We're basically looking into all new technology that can speed up the process, make it more efficient and cheaper. And currently 90% of all innovation is AI related. And you know, I'm lucky because I have a very mixed background because I graduated from the Kyiv Polytechnic University. So my basic degree is a technical one. I also graduated from the Arts Academy, where I majored in theory and history of arts. And also I took a 1-year course on directing documentaries. And now I'm planning to defend my PhD thesis dedicated to the neural technology. So, a little bit of science so that we don't go through the syllabuses. All the lectures on AI, most technical or the humanities one, start with the information in neurons. In the 60s and the 70s, the Rosenblatt came up with the first information, but it leads us to the information that the neurons and AI are very similar to one another, and they're very similar to the human brain. And this basically is like the artificial consciousness. And I would like to show it from a different perspective. Let us look at it from the socioeconomic one. This is Matteo Pasquinelli, and this is an Italian philosopher and media theorist. And in the book titled The Eye of the Master, Social History of Artificial Intelligence, he says the key to understanding AI is hidden in the secret logics of the brain or idea of supermind. And he provides a very good example. A long time ago, before the technology was patented, 2 people had to work with the Jacquard machine. And the guy on top was following the orders of the guy that was sitting at the bottom and had to manually program the pattern on Jacquard. And then the technology was invented, and basically the guy who was sitting on the top of this machine had to be removed, which resulted in speeding up the performance 20 times. And basically the number of people who were working with this machine had to be decreased by 2. So this is a very good metaphor. We're basically removing the manual work, and we're the person who is sitting at the bottom, who is looking at that. And basically we are trying to remove the manual labor, improve efficiency, and make labor cost cheaper. So basically, this scholar says that the internal concept is that it imitates the smartness of labor and social relations rather than biological mind, because AI is automating this relationship and work. And it is pretty interesting if we look at it from this perspective. And he also says that AI is the project dedicated to knowledge collection, and we understand that basically the entire literature can fit into a small digital model. And some people say that AI models are like a compressed archive. And AI basically can pack all of the data, all of the knowledge, be it visual or text one. And uncomfortable truth is The same as any new technology, AI will result in decrease of jobs. And today we're talking about the audiovisual generation, analysis of different works. But the thing is that data sets come in various formats and forms. Here we can see sound, Bitcoin graph, and the neural model does not care about what to analyze. It can work in any modality. Hence, it can be slightly scary, but it also gives us creative freedom. And it also allows us to apply it not only in visual domain, but process any data from any field. So what does it mean for the artist? AI that is used, it compiles codes and reproduces knowledge, styles, and skills. Of course, we also have to take into account the ethics, and this is a collective work of many generations, artists, animators who existed before for hundreds and thousands of years. Of course, there is Gen AI that is annoying. For example, on Twitter, I found the book cover for the 7th grade. It looks horrible aesthetically. This is a textbook on arts. I don't know why could they not hire a nice artist, but I would like to quickly show you some art projects that are AI based, that are based on computer vision. And they are not only based on generation, they're using all of the creative things, and this leads us to the idea of the new author who is using all available resources. I'll be brief. So this is Dries de Pourterre, an artist who trained their neural network to recognize birds, and they connected to different border cameras. For example, this is a border between the US and Mexico. This is a metaphor that a bird is free. There are no borders for the bird. The camera registered them, and this artist is printing lots of these artworks and sells them. This AI has been trained for many bird species, and they are basically doing the screenshots of these moments. Here's another project. This is a collaboration of a person, an algorithm. A person is making their sculpture until the algorithm recognizes it as a sculpture, says stop, and where is this line? When is this line? When the algorithm recognizes the creative action that is performed by a person. This is a project by Sofia Crespo, who is generating and appealing to different areas in the brain that are recognizing organic texture. So for the machine, this is nonsense. We cannot recognize any object, but the rudimentary areas of our brain can recognize the texture of birds, fish, etc. Another project by the author that I have mentioned earlier on, who is constantly connecting to the public cameras in the Belgian parliament, so that if person, when they start scrolling something on their phone or when they fall asleep, the AI detects that. They also detect the person, this parliament member, and then they can post it, and there is an entire feed on Twitter. Another project by him, he is also connecting to public cameras worldwide, and the neural network is trained to detect when someone is taking a selfie, and the algorithm is checking the geolocation and finds that same moment and starts following the person. This project is titled The Follower. So everyone who takes a follower is being followed. And here's my experiment with the restoration of the icon from the 19th century. And this is also a very cool tool that helps to understand how a certain artwork can be restored and test how good a certain approach can be. Or here's a sculpture by Ben Snell. The neural network was created to generate a 3D object, but then a chip that was training this network used a 3D printer to print the small sculpture. So basically this resulted in this artwork. Benedict Gross, this is probably a dream of any teenager, a camera that is gonna undress people. And this is a very important research and look into nudity. And there is a neural network inbuilt into the camera that basically generates an assumption of what a person will look naked. Outsourced Narcissism by David Bowen. This is a robot that is moving constantly. And when it sees itself and recognizes its own reflection, posts it on Instagram. And the robot's Instagram account is packed with these selfies. And the final example of our quick analysis is done by Obvious Group. Brain to image, when the signals from the brain after the MRI are being transformed. The person's thoughts, to simply put it, are turned into visual art. The neural network has been trained so that it can register the brain activity, and as a result it can generate whatever that the person is imagining. So all this AI technology, neural networks, is not about the simple generation of low quality pictures. No, it can be a project that is at the cross section of different fields of knowledge. And it all relies on the imagination of an artist. And I think that the author's role is now changing and evolving, and the new technology is boosting it. Now, talking about the programs that I created at the National Academy of Visual Art, we, by the way, were given lectures. We had 2 seminars, 11 lectures. Of course, we're talking about introduction to AI. We were looking into some philosophical matters, how it was created, etc. Then we're talking about the LLMs and also about the ones that are launched offline. And we were talking about how you can even break into a car, how you can steal a candy from a child, etc. We're trying to generate essays. I'm also provoking them to try and create the term paper using AI, and then we're analyzing it. Of course, visual images generation and design generation. We're looking at the models. We've been looking at GANs and the ones that emerged recently. Also, we are looking into video generating algorithm. We're not only looking at it from the practical perspective, we also give them some basic theory, but of course, since these are people who are majoring in humanities, math is hard for them. But nevertheless, I'll mention it on one of the further slides that mentions challenges. Also, topic number 5 is deep fakes, because oftentimes in the movies we have to change faces. Of course, ethically, this is probably one of the most dangerous technologies. And, you have to probably still realized that there is no substitute for it, but we, especially since some of the mistakes that are being made by the actors in film industry. Number 6, 3D scanning and 3D restoration in art, and we are scanning surrounding, and we're using various technology that does it for you, and then we're looking into these models. Topic number 7, AI in analyzing visual art. A huge stack of algorithms that is analyzing images, poses, looking into different interlinks and connections. Topic 8, probably the most interesting for them, AI integration into modern art practice, and we're looking into various projects from the technical point of view, etc. And a more advanced version of the previous topic, AI in interactive and experimental visual art. And of course, topic 10, ethical and legal aspects of AI use in art. We're looking at EU AI acts, Ukrainian legislation. We're looking into users agreements, and looking into Midjourney, etc. And then we are trying to figure out who does the right belong to, what can be done or what cannot, what is allowed and what is not allowed. And topic 11, psychology and cognitive aspects of AI created art perception. You know, for example, when we have over 200 works of art and we have to guess which one is which. And by the way, it's usually a 50-50 chance when it comes to whether a person will guess if a piece of art was created by a person or AI. And a bonus track, virtual reality, augmented reality, etc. And they don't really have an exam as such, but they are preparing a presentation. And I am giving them a set of topics. Text generation, generating something that is relying on a style of a certain painter, certain brush strokes, copyright related matters. And what would I like to say? I was impressed. I was impressed with how quickly they start absorbing this technology. And I initially started with telling them about available technology, but we couldn't try them. Years ago, we had to try launching some neural networks that were written using Python. Then we could get the invites to the first version of Midjourney, first ChatGPT versions. Then next year they knew about it. We were talking about complex prompted technology, and now when we meet, they are aware of everything. And there is no point in talking about that. That is why we're trying to go to a higher philosophical, abstract level of social relations, etc., a more advanced technology. Also, I'd like to quickly talk about AI in movies and creative industry curriculum that was created for Ukrainian film school last year. It's very similar. It's probably 70% similar to the previous course, but since here we're talking about film industry, the audience is older. So the first topic is innovation, introduction to AI, why is it necessary, and what challenges can it help overcome. Again, LLMs. Topic number 3, image generation algorithm. We're looking through all of the model types, online services that can be launched offline on your computer. Also, video generation algorithm and creating project teaser. We're offering every course participant to create a presentation, a trailer, teaser, or mood board of the project, relying on all this technology. And let me skip forward. Here, large language models that are used for log line, synopsis, universe description. Then image generators are used to create concept art and visuals for the project. Then they can generate video fragments that can be edited. They can also use the voiceover, also music, spatial sound effects, and then they prepare the presentation pitch that is presented in front of the group. And the most complicated assignment was creating a task and presenting it to the group. Or, alternatively, those who have more experience could even develop some complicated pipeline for documentary or animation, and the third option is simply listening without doing anything, just enjoying the course. Based on my experience, about 70% decided to pick the first pathway, and they presented teaser of their project. They were very interested, starting with sci-fi to the projects for the children, and we even had a pretty decently generated comedy. And there were about 20 professionals who participated in this course. The rest of them were just people from some adjacent fields. What else? Also, game engines and virtual production, digital humans. Again, lots of ethical issues. We were talking about 3D in creating the digital humans, deepfakes. There are various strategies that can be applied, and ethical and legal aspects. We cannot forget about that. It was mentioned by various speakers today. Now, from what I'm aware of, Projector has creative composition and AI course. I saw some examples of the works that are created there. I recommend it. And of course, the Kyiv National University of Culture and Arts. They have the AI labs. They also are generating images. They're also talking about the ethical aspects. And if we are looking into the global scene, in Britain, there's University of London, Goldsmith. We had a Zoom with Royal College of Art in London, and they have lots of practical assignments starting from year one. They go to the galleries and work there. They have very little theory. And you can also see here they also do computer art, basic research and theory during their first year, and after that they are doing machine learning critical, AI applied for industry, and also in such countries as Britain and the US, this probably is a very saturated discipline, and they have very saturated curriculum starting 50s and 60s last century. And here are a few schools in the US that have been integrating art education for a long time. And the situation is different from Ukraine. Well, China is far ahead in the future. Last year, they opened Tianjin Academy of Fine Arts, and they even have 4 master's programs, data, art and generative art, neuroscience, and intelligent art. I'll elaborate on that later. Metaverse and gamified learning. This is not exactly AI related, but the last one is robotic design. So for example, let's look at data art and generative art. Analysis of big data with visual interpretation. They basically analyze neural networks that are used for image generation, visual data, and information design, algorithm and animation, creating pipelines for data processing. This program is dedicated to neuroscience and intelligent art. This is very similar to the experiment that I mentioned when talking about the examples. When the person is thinking about something and AI is generating art based on analyzing those thoughts. So here we're talking about very complex hybrid systems and objects when we're looking into the human consciousness, and on the other hand we are creating these complex pieces of art. And another interesting topic is agent art and robotics design, a very hot topic when we have this kind of Jacquard machine with this helper boy that I referred to earlier. But in this case, you have the robotic hand that is helping you to implement any art projects. Here, we're using the sensors to recognize different movements and cybernetics installations, etc. That's about China.
Of experience which I noticed for the developing of algorithms offline, I never saw in Ukraine a film school, either in our academy or anywhere else, enough of equipment to try that. So this issue is solved either acquiring one powerful graphic server on the faculty, but it's almost impossible. And then we move to rather subscription to rather costly services. I was searching for the students for some free options or subscriptions for universities and schools. This could be either a deal directly, or when you write to them, or there are special plans for the educational institutions. And the issue with the multidisciplinary specifics for the training by teachers, but they almost do not exist. And I was lucky that I have two high educations, both technical and humanitarian, so I can create different options and to speak with humanitarian language using technical complicated topics. But when it does not take place, I think that such a combined course, we can invite people of technical specialties and combine them and mix with some design teachers who more or less know technologies, and the necessity of adaptation of materials for non-technical experts. Every time it's a kind of creative activity to explain how it works as a neural or any other algorithm. So here we see text neuron models help you, which can model you, explain this or that phenomenon in the adapted language for any training for every level of experts. Out of curious things, which could be the conclusion, the case in the University of Southern Wales in Australia, when the students filed a petition, approximately 7,000 students were against an AI course in art. And the teacher named this situation, you see, a kind of layer cake of nightmares. Their restrictions were totally typical, which we are today mentioning, that data sets can be in the works of other artists, that this is the violation of ethics, or AI is taking jobs of experts or teachers. I was looking at the fate of this course. They still have it in the curriculum, but it's some selective discipline in the last semester. It's very far on the shelf, but still the university insisted, and this course still exists. But this is the case which raises all of the issues and problematic issues which exist from the psychological point of view of the perception of such disciplines teaching. That's it. I can see this is perfect timing. So if you are interested to get the presentation or to talk to me or to get acquainted with me, these are my contacts. Thank you for your attention. Yevhen, thank you. Now we'll have 10 minutes of a short break, take a breath, and then will go on. We'll have foreign speakers who will join us in Zoom. We will present the first outcomes of AI Forum for Children and Adolescents, and we'll talk about the cooperation of AI and talents. It will be also 30 minutes reports. It will not take much of your time, but please stay here because those are really interesting pieces of information.
Hello. А я не впевнена, вона мене чує?
I'm not sure whether you hear me.
Hear me?
Hi, I can hear you.
Oh yeah, great, great. Hello. Sorry, we've been having a couple of air raids right now. So yeah, we're gonna just I'm gonna have a live broadcast because people are not here, obviously. But we really want to share your presentation. So thank you very much. It will just take 1 or 2 minutes. I would ask you to share the presentation right now so we can be ready for the broadcast.
Yep, I'll just get this up. Can you see my screen?
Yes, perfect.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's perfect. And can you just switch some slides so we can see if everything works?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah, great. Perfect. Okay, then. So we need 1 or 2 minutes, and we will be live. And I will introduce you, and then pass you the invisible mic.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for staying with us on our networking event that we are doing today. And I'm really, really happy to present Dr. Mhairi Aitken, a Senior Ethics Fellow at the Alan Turing Institute, who kindly joined us today to present a very interesting keynote for, as far as I understand, the first IT summit for kids that was held in London this February. And yeah, so the topic is a child's eye view of AI, why children can and should shape the future of AI innovation and policy. And yeah, please take over the stage, and yeah, we are ready to start.
Thank you. And thank you for the invitation to join you this afternoon. I'm really delighted to be a part of the festival and to have the chance to share this research and this work with you all. As I said, I'm Mhairi Aitken. I'm a Senior Ethics Fellow at the Alan Turing Institute. The Turing Institute is the UK's National Institute for AI and Data Science. And at the Turing, I have the great privilege and pleasure of leading a programme of work on the topic of children and AI. And I'm going to share some of the insights and findings from that work with you today. I'm going to speak about our experiences running the Children's AI Summit, which we held in February of this year. But before that, I want to give a little bit of background, a bit of context as to why I think it's so important that we bring children's voices and children's experiences into policymaking and into innovation around shaping the ways that AI is developed and used now and in the future. So I'm going to give a little bit of a background to the work that we do in this space at the Alan Turing Institute, and then some of the reasons why we think it's so important that children have a voice in shaping the future of AI. And then I'll go on to say more about the Children's AI Summit that we held earlier this year. So as I said, I work at the Alan Turing Institute, where I lead a programme of work on the topic of children and AI. So for the last 5 years, we've been doing research into children's experiences with AI and developing and testing approaches to meaningfully give children a voice and an influence in shaping the future of AI. Now, the rationale behind all of this work is really the conviction that children and young people will likely be the group who are most impacted by advances in AI technologies. But at the same time, they're also the group that's least represented in decision-making about the ways that those technologies, about how those technologies are designed, developed, and used. And they're almost entirely excluded from decision-making around policy and regulation relating to AI. No, I think that's wrong. I think that needs to change. And that's why a real focus of my work is bringing children's voices into decision-making processes around AI and innovation, and developing approaches to really give children a meaningful role in shaping the future of AI. So over the last 5 years, we've been doing this work through a number of different projects and a number of different collaborations, starting back in 2021, when we collaborated with UNICEF in piloting UNICEF's draft policy guidance on AI for children. And we directly fed into the development of that guidance. We've also done a number of different reports looking at existing governance and regulatory frameworks and the extent to which they address considerations around children's rights in relation to AI. And we also collaborated with the Council of Europe Steering Committee on the Rights of the Child to conduct a mapping study looking at existing national frameworks relating to AI and the extent to which they engage with considerations around children's rights. Then probably our longest running collaboration since 2022, we've collaborated with Children's Parliament, who are a charity based in Scotland, and also the Scottish AI Alliance, in a series of projects engaging directly with primary school children, so children between the ages of 8 and 12, to explore their experiences with AI, to explore how they feel about the ways that how AI is used and what the impacts of AI might be on their lives. But really importantly, also developing approaches to bring children into conversations with developers, with policymakers, and with researchers, to develop approaches that really put children's rights and children's experiences at the heart of decision-making around how AI technologies are developed and used, and also in relation to policymaking. Over the last year, we've also been engaging in collaboration with the LINOLEUM Group on a project looking particularly at the impacts of generative AI on children, and particularly on children's well-being. And a series of reports from that research just came out earlier this year, which I'll be happy to share. Now, as I said, the rationale, the driver behind all of this work is this conviction that children are the group will be most impacted, but are currently least represented in decision-making around AI. And so a big part of my work has been really advocating for the role of children in policymaking, the importance of children's participation and children's voice in shaping policy. What I find very often when I talk about the importance of children's engagement or the importance of children's participation in relation to innovation or policy around AI is that people tend to nod along, they tend to agree, they tend to say that, yes, that's very important, that's a great thing to do. And often the reason they'll give for that is this phrase on the screen here, that is, children are the future. I'm sure you've all heard that lots of times. It's a phrase that is very often repeated. It's a phrase that we often hear in relation to thinking about the role of children in relation to policy or in relation to technology. People will often say, yes, it's really important to consider children because children are the future. But it's also one of those phrases that gets repeated so often, it becomes so familiar that maybe we stop to think about what that really means or what that implies, and also what the problems of that phrase might be. I really don't like this phrase, children are the future. I think very often when we hear people saying children are the future, it suggests that the reason we should engage them or the reason we should think about children is because we need to them with the skills or the understandings to go into future roles as adults, maybe roles as adults where they will inherit responsibilities for the problems and challenges that have been handed down to them by previous generations, where we might expect them to find the solutions to address problems or challenges that they have inherited. In relation to technology or technology policy, there's also this idea that if children are the future, that means that we should focus on equipping them with the skills or the understandings to go into future workforce, to be the future workforce that will work with AI technologies or that might develop technologies in the future. But all of this suggests that the reason we consider children or the reason we engage children is because we see them as having value in the future, or that their value is in the potential that they might offer, things that they might do in the future. And I think that's really wrong. I think that's actually really dangerous because children are not the future. Children are the here and now. And certainly in relation to technologies like AI, children are not only going to be impacted by those technologies in the future, they're already impacted by those technologies in their daily lives here and now. Children have a right to a say in matters that affect their lives, and technology, AI, is certainly one matter that is affecting their lives perhaps more than most others. But it's not just that we should engage children because it's the right thing to do or because they're impacted. It's also because by engaging children, we have opportunities to really learn from children's perspectives and experiences and to benefit from the unique insights that children can bring. Children are the only generation to experience growing up, so far, to experience growing up in a world with generative AI technologies. You know, no adult alive today has experienced being a child in a world with generative AI. And so even with the best of intentions, adults working on technology policy, working on policy and regulation relating to AI, or working in innovation roles relating to AI, even with the best of intentions, all too often will start with a set of adults' assumptions based on adults' experiences around what these technologies are or what their impacts might be. Adult assumptions on how children might interact with them or experience them. And those adult perspectives often overlook or don't overlook the unique experiences of children and young people. And so it's really important that we start from speaking to children and young people about what their actual experiences are, what they see as the opportunities for technologies, but also what their concerns are and what the risks of those technologies are. So I think that's really important, to think of children not as the future, but as the here and the now. So very briefly, before I go on to talk about Children's AI Summit, I just want to give a bit of an overview of some of the ways that children are already impacted by AI technologies or interacting with AI technologies. Children of all ages are already on a daily basis interacting with AI in lots of different ways. So this starts with infants and preschool children who might be interacting with AI-enabled toys, such as smart toys, smart teddy bears like the one you can see in the picture here, smart dolls that will interact and become more personalized through interaction. We also know that children of all ages, including very young children, are routinely interacting with smart devices like smart speakers in the household, maybe for entertainment, sometimes for information, are routinely interacting with AI systems in the household. As children get older, particularly from kind of ages 8 and upwards, we know that they're increasingly moving away from televised or programmed children's channels, televised content, and instead looking for entertainment on short form platforms like YouTube, where AI plays a really central role in shaping the content they see, personalizing, tailoring, or targeting recommendations towards individual users. Similarly, teens and also preteens, increasingly social media is having an increasing role and increasing impact in their lives. And again, AI in social media plays a big role in shaping the information that is presented or served up to users based on personalization and profiling within those platforms. So AI has a role in shaping both the information they see about the world, but also potentially mediating friendships through prioritizing whose posts or what content comes up on their feeds. An area of real concern is the rise of AI companions or AI friends. And these are kind of personalized AI chatbots that are often being marketed very clearly towards children and young people. The example on the slide here is Snapchat's My AI, and this is by default within the AI messaging platform. And it's an AI companion that children and young people can interact with. Now, there have been some very high-profile cases of where interactions with AI companions have led to tragic outcomes, including death by suicide for young people. We know there are real concerns around the potential impacts of growing dependence on AI companions for children's mental health and well-being. But we also know that increasing numbers of young people are using AI companions for a variety of different purposes, sometimes for entertainment and sometimes for seeking advice on mental health or in relation to sensitive areas of their lives. This is an area that we really need to pay careful attention to. But all the examples here on this slide have been, I suppose, examples of where children have, to a certain extent, intentionally interacted with AI systems. There are also lots of ways that children and young people's lives are impacted by AI in perhaps less visible or less intentional ways, such as in the ways that AI is used to process data to inform decisions about access to education or healthcare or housing or social care. Lots of ways that AI is being used to inform decisions that have really significant impacts on the lives of children, their families, and their communities. So it's really clear that AI is already having a big impact on children and young people's lives. And it's really important that children have a voice and a say in shaping the ways that those technologies are designed and decisions about how those technologies might be used in the future. And that's why earlier this year, my team at the Alan Turing Institute held the world's first Children's AI Summit. So it's held in February of this year, delivered by my team at the Turing in collaboration by Queen Mary University of London, and it was supported by the LEGO Group, Elevate Great, and EY. So Children's AI Summit brought together 150 children and young people between the ages of 8 and 18 from right across the UK for a full day of discussion, deliberation around children's experiences with AI, but particularly sharing their ideas for how they want to see AI developed and used in the future, and what they want policymakers and regulators to know about children's experiences. So the reason we held the Children's AI Summit was that so we held it 1 week before the AI Action Summit in Paris. Now, the AI Action Summit was a large global summit bringing together world leaders, governments, as well as representatives of big tech companies and developers in the space of AI. The Paris AI Action Summit was part of a series of global summits, which started with the AI Safety Summit at Bletchley Park in 2023, and then Safety Summit in Seoul last year in 2024. Each of these previous summits have been really important in bringing together international governments, representatives of civil society, as well as developers, to discuss approaches to governance and regulation relating to AI. But at each of these previous summits, children were completely overlooked. The impacts of AI on children were not part of the agenda at all. The only times that children were discussed was in discussions of hypothetical future generations. And children themselves were entirely underrepresented within each of these summits. So we felt that really needed to change, and we wanted to do something that would bring children's voices directly into the processes of the AI Action Summit in Paris and put children's perspectives, children's concerns on the agenda at the AI Action Summit in Paris. So for that reason, we held the Children's AI Summit 1 week before Paris, and we were officially recognized by the AI Action Summit as having on the road to Paris status. So on the day itself, as I said, we had nearly 150 children and young people between the ages of 8 and 18 who came from right across the UK to share their ideas for how they wanted to see AI developed and used, and importantly also their messages for world leaders, their messages for what we wanted to see on the agenda in Paris. So there were lots of different sessions in the day. The whole day was entirely child-led. All the speakers, all the presenters were children between the ages of 8 and 18. The chairs of the day were also children people. And we had lots of different sessions. So there were some sessions where children pitched ideas for how they would like to see AI developed and used in the future. There were some sessions where children who had done research missions presented the findings of their research missions. And that looked at topics like the role of AI in education, the role of AI in relation to the environment, the relationships between AI and people's mental health. And lots of different topics that children themselves decided that they wanted to present and speak about at the summit. And there was also sessions where children shared their messages for world leaders, set out their demands for what they wanted to see discussed at the AI Action Summit in Paris. This covered a huge range of topics. The image on the slide here is a mural that was created at the summit. This was drawn live during over the course of the day, and shows some of the range of topics and discussions that took place at the summit. You can see it covered a whole range of things, including the impacts of AI on the environment, as well as the way that AI can be used to protect the environment. It looked at the role of AI within education, both positive and negative impacts of AI in education. A big theme was around mental health, and this is something that children and young people really wanted to discuss. And there were also concerns raised around the role of bias within AI, or the impacts of bias in AI, and big questions around the extent to which young people could trust in the ways that AI is used. So from these discussions, we produced the Children's Manifesto for the Future of AI. I'd really urge you to look it up and have a read of this document. It's written almost entirely directly in the words of the children and young people who spoke at the summit. And it sets out their messages for world leaders of what they want to see happen in terms of policy and regulation relating to AI, as well as their visions for how they want to see AI developed and used in the future. So I'm just going to very briefly summarize some of the key themes.
Where can we get it? We can download directly from the website somewhere, yes?
Yes, and actually at the end of my presentation, I'll share a QR code where you can get it. Yeah, it's online. So I'll just share briefly some of the key themes within this document, within the manifesto. As I said, it sets out the calls to action for world leaders, and then it shares key areas of particular interest or concern for children and young people. The first of these is education. And this is something that was really an area of real interest to participants in the summit. On the one hand, children and young people viewed AI as potentially opening up new opportunities for personalized or accessible learning. And in particular, there was real interest in the ways that AI could be used to support learners with additional support needs by creating personalized, adaptive approaches to learning that supported or enabled learners to learn in ways that best met their needs. But at the same time, there was real concern that increasing use of AI within education contexts could lead to a depersonalization of education, or could impact the relationships between teachers and learners. And children often spoke about wanting to be reassured that if AI is used in education contexts, it's not going to break down the personal understanding that exists between teachers and learners, or that it's not going to adversely impact the role of teachers within education. And I thought that was a really interesting finding to come out of it, that children were thinking about the impacts on teachers and wanting assurances that this wasn't going to lead to AI replacing teachers within education. Similarly, in relation to the environment, this was a topic that came out as a real area of interest for participants in the summit. On the one hand, there was lots of excitement around the ways that AI could be used to protect the environment, to advance sustainability. For example, in monitoring endangered species, monitoring climate change, or developing innovative approaches and tools to address the challenges of climate change. But at the same time, young people were really worried about the environmental impacts of AI systems. And this is something that's come out of in other research that we've done as well, looking at children's views around AI, and particularly generative AI, real concern around the environmental impacts of AI systems. And often when children had a chance to learn about the environmental impacts of AI, and particularly generative AI, they would say that they didn't want to use those tools in the future. They were going to avoid using generative AI when they were aware of its water consumption or the emissions created from generative AI models. And it's also an area where they called on industry and on policy and regulators to take urgent action to address the environmental impacts of AI tools, and particularly to ensure transparent reporting of the environmental impacts to enable people to make informed choices about whether or not to use those tools. Finally, safety and well-being was a really big theme within the summit. Children came up with lots of creative ideas around the ways that AI could be used to protect children's safety and to have positive impacts on their well-being, both in the physical world and in the digital world. So they had ideas about AI systems that could use sensors to help them to find places to play safely, or for children with disabilities, places that were accessible where they could access play areas. They also were excited about the ways that AI could be used to support them in the online world, including on social media platforms, to protect them from harmful or inappropriate content, or to detect signs of cyberbullying or inappropriate behavior online. But they were also really worried about the potential impacts of AI on children and young people's mental health. And they often spoke about experiences on social media where overuse or over-reliance on social media, as with AI, could lead to negative impacts on children and young people's well-being. Something that's come out very clearly for all our work is a key message from children and young people is that they want to be able to learn and play and socialize in the digital world safely, just as they can, or just as they expect to be able to in the physical world. And they want to make sure that the digital world, the digital environment, is one where there are protections in place that can enable them to safely learn and play. But currently, that's not the case. They're very aware that currently there are great risks of being exposed to inappropriate or harmful content, or to tools that have not been designed with children's interests and children's rights in mind. And so a key message from the Children's AI Summit was a demand for regulators, for government, for policy, to ensure that there are measures in place or mechanisms in place to keep them safe in the digital world, to enable them to benefit from AI tools safely and appropriately. So just to sum up, as I said at the beginning, a real rationale or a real driver for all of this work was the recognition that children and young people are likely to be the group that will be most impacted by advances in AI technologies. But they remain the group who are least represented in decisions about the ways that AI is developed and used, and almost entirely excluded from decisions about AI policy and AI regulation. That needs to change. What we found and what we demonstrated through the Children's AI Summit was that children and young people are incredibly enthusiastic to engage on these topics. They're also incredibly competent to engage in these topics. And they bring a wide range of ideas and perspectives and experiences that are really valuable in thinking about AI policy, AI innovation, and the future of these technologies. This isn't just a nice thing to do. It's not just a tick in the box to say that, yes, we spoke to children or we listened to children's views. It opens up possibilities to develop these technologies better, to develop better regulation, to develop better policy that takes account of children's unique experiences, unique needs, and unique rights. I also think it's really important as a way of opening up discussions around AI technologies and challenging the dominant narratives around the ways these technologies are developed and used. All too often and for too long, the policy and public discourse around AI has been dominated by tech narratives, narratives that are focused on a trajectory of technology innovation, which is seen as inevitable, and which leads to the development of technologies that are focused on profit-making enterprises and a particular set of technical perspectives and narratives. The value of speaking to children is to offer a different set of perspectives and a different way of looking at the opportunities and problems of AI technologies. I wanted to finish by sharing this quote, which I think really sums up the ethos of the Children's AI Summit really perfectly, and shows the value of bringing in different perspectives and ideas around AI. So this is a quote from 4 children who spoke at the Children's AI Summit, who were all aged 11. And they said, "We don't want AI to make the world a place where only a few people have everything and everyone else has less. I hope you can make sure that AI is used to help everyone to make a safe, kind, and fair world." And I think that's a really beautiful call to action that challenges us to think differently about technology and the value that the technology can bring. The call to action to view AI and to pursue AI as something that can help everyone to make a safe, kind, and fair world is something that challenges us to think about the role that this technology can play in our lives and in society, and how we can do that, how we can make sure that these technologies are used in positive and beneficial ways. Thank you. I'm going to stop there. But this QR code will take you to the Children's Manifesto for the Future of AI, and there's also a link on the slide. And I'd really encourage you to read the Children's Manifesto and to consider how the perspectives and ideas of the children and young people who took part in the summit relate to your own areas of work. I should say the Children's AI Summit this year was a UK-based summit. We're really keen that in the future this will become an international event and that we will see international Children's AI Summits. And I urge you to engage, to explore potential collaborations, to take this forward and to ensure that children's voices are at the heart of innovation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mhairi. It was extremely interesting. And actually, we have time a little bit for one question, and that will be my question. So the time basically has passed since February, yes? It's like over half a year. Did any results of or ideas that you heard at that AI summit were adopted in any way in the policy making, or I don't know, maybe they were implemented in any kind of way?
Yeah, it's probably too soon to concretely say some examples of kind of concrete policy actions, but there were really positive steps. So, for example, the Children's Manifesto, we took that to Paris, and it was presented in the Grand Palais at the Paris AI Action Summit. A 12-year-old child from the Children's AI Summit presented that in Paris to representatives of international governments, of companies who were present, and also civil society, and had a very, very positive response, lots of at least rhetorical commitments to taking this forward and putting this into practice. The step now for us is to keep pushing to make sure that these are not just rhetorical commitments, that they lead to action. But this is, in the months that have followed since the summit, a lot of our work has been focused on getting the Children's Manifesto in front of the key decision makers, so policymakers, developers, organizations who can affect that change. We've held events in the UK Parliament, we've engaged with civil society organisations, and we have a huge amount of interest in this work. I hope that this will lead into concretely informing policy and regulatory approaches as well as innovation practices. But perhaps one of the first things that we hope will be the outcome of this is demonstrating the value of children's participation and children's engagement, leading to more commitments to have children's voice and participation in the future. The Children's AI Summit was a really exceptional event, but it should not have been exceptional. It should not have been a one-off. This should be routine and regular in international policy discussions around areas impacting children's lives. Children should be a part of those processes. So what I really hope is, as one of the big impacts from this work, is demonstrating the value of doing that and that it's possible to do that and do it really well. And that hopefully that leads to more of these processes, more opportunities for children to be a part of the discussions. And that itself will be a really valuable outcome and impact of the work.
Thank you. Thank you again for joining us and sharing all of this amazing experience. And I hope, everybody will download this research done after the summit. So thank you once again. And I hope we will meet somewhere again with some new research that you did. Yeah, bye-bye.
Thank you.
Так, нам потрібно 3 хвилинки.
We need about 3 minutes to get our next speaker connected, to make sure that he is online with us.
Якщо ще комусь потрібен переклад,
In case anybody else needs interpretation, please go grab your headset.
Hi, Zoltan.
Hi, everyone.
Hi. You can hear me. I can hear you. Sorry for all the delays. Right now, we're in a state of an air raid, so this is how we work right now. No, it's fine for us, if you can say so. But that's why, as we are late, I'm not sure we're gonna have time for Q&A. But I know you left your contacts at the end of the presentation, so
I did.
And we have live broadcasts, so people can, in case they have any questions or maybe collaborations, that would be great. And yes, I'm ready to introduce Zoltan Batho, right? Am I right in pronunciation?
Absolutely.
Okay. So producer and also educator at Academy of AI, Games and Media, Breda University of Applied Sciences. And we're going to talk today about Crafting Tomorrow, AI, Talent and Animation. This is a presentation that I've missed last moment at NSC this year, but as I saw a couple of slides, I realized that it might be very useful for Ukraine. Without any further introduction, I share the mic, my invisible mic, with you.
Thank you so much. Let me just share my screen. Okay. Screen should I share? I think that's gonna be the one. Yes. I'm not sure, but present.
No, we can see it. Yes, we can see it.
You can? Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay, then I just need to start from the very beginning rather than at the end. Okay. All right. Well, first of all, sorry for my voice. I got a bit sick the last few days, so I'm still struggling a little bit here and there, but I will do my best to give you a bit of a rundown of AI, animation, and the plans for the future. So let's get right into it. So first of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Zoltan Batho, producer at Cradle, which is the R&D lab of Breda University of Applied Sciences in the Netherlands. But previously, I was actually working in the animation industry. I worked at Digic Pictures in Hungary, working on award-winning CG animations. I also lived and worked in Australia and had the opportunity to work for companies like Roller Studios as S1T2. And basically the last 20 years, I learned how to deliver creative digital experiences and CG animation on tight schedules while keeping the artistic spark alive. So in short, I basically speak both creative and production languages. The key point of today's presentation. Well, first of all, 25 minutes is obviously a very short time, so I'm not going to be able to go a bit of a deep dive, but I would still like to cover topics like the animation industry dynamics, the potential impact of AI on the animation industry, key industry trends, and the essential skills animators might require soon to stay ahead of the curve. Again, there's a lot to cover, so let's just see how we can make this happen. So basically, in the last 5 years, animation has grown rapidly. The streaming services needed fresh content during the COVID era. So adult-oriented series and bold visual styles became sort of like the new kid on the block in animation as well. And hybrid looks that combine 2D and 3D animation earned pretty big awards, and also virtual production technologies moved from live action to animation as well, letting directors so like adjust lights and even cameras in real time, just to mention a few. Also short, sorry, let me just move this away, minimize it. Yeah, it's much better like now, like this. So basically short form animations on platforms like TikTok or YouTube is also redefining how stories are told and discovered. They are rewarding quick creative ideas with almost like instant global reach in certain cases. Sustainability is also becoming essential in animation, fortunately, with studios and research and development labs exploring greener workflows, energy efficient rendering, and also low impact production practices. And last but not least, lower cost hardware, open source software, and freely available real-time game engine developments also helped independent teams to enter festivals, which seemed out of reach previously. Nothing illustrates this shift better than the independent film that won the Oscar, right? Like Flow. How cool was that? A small team mixed open source tools, AI helpers, and definitely long hours of development and animation to tell an honest and very emotional story. So the audiences responded to this sincerity with awards and with hundreds of thousands of views. So I guess the lesson is pretty clear here. Innovation is obviously valuable, but genuine storytelling is what people will remember. So I think we can all learn a lot from this small production. Now let's talk about the weird, so like 5 fingers elephant in the room, right? Like AI. AI is now part of the daily production, we like it or not. Image generators, they can create concept arts in minutes. Auto rigging setups finish in the time it takes to drink coffee. And also tools like NVIDIA's audio to face can handle lip sync almost instantly. These tools and solutions remove repetitive steps, which we're really happy about. They give artists more time for creative decisions. However, we must remember that speed does not equal vision. Therefore, AI mainly offers options, but in my opinion, humans should still choose which option works. Yeah, next slide. All right, let's quickly. Okay, I have to move this again. Maybe it's going to be better here. Okay, so let's quickly check the current AI state of play. So the processes where AI already adds real value today are generative concept art and backgrounds like Runaway, Gen 4, or Adobe Firefly. Automatic in-betweening for 2D animation. Go and check out Disney's research on that. It's amazing. Audio-driven facial animation, like, as I mentioned already, NVIDIA's audio-to-face tool. Frame interpolation and upscaling, like Topaz Video AI. Text-to-video storyboards for pre-visualization purposes, like OpenAI Sora, which just came out with the second version 2 days ago. It's truly insane what it can already do. And deep learning facial solvers in high-end pipelines. Vita is doing quite a heavy research in this topic. But fortunately, we still have quite a few areas, fortunately, unfortunately, it depends, where AI remains unreliable. And we don't know for how long, right? Like it might be just a matter of basically weeks or months, or it can become a problem which will never be able to be solved by an AI solution. So what are these? Subtle emotional acting and precise body language, consistent physics and character continuity in long scenes. I think that's one of the most difficult ones. Long-form narrative logic and pacing. Again, quite difficult to imagine that AI will solve this. Clear copyright and licensing boundaries. Well, that's a very deep topic, which we all need to take care of and look into this before using too much AI. And bias and ethical concerns in training data. Again, this is something which is a black box in all AI solutions. We have no idea what they trained the data on. So basically, I would say that we should think of AI as a fast, so like junior colleague on coffee or on Red Bull. Very helpful, but still needs guidance, a lot of guidance in certain cases. And sometimes, the tool will get it right away, what you actually want. And in other times, not at all. You will never be able to get the result out of the AI tool, what you actually envisioned or imagined. Again, you just need to make sure that you take these into consideration when actually selecting any AI tools in your production. All right, let's talk a little bit about education. Education must respond. That's it's not even a question. What we should teach to students, definitely we should teach creativity and adaptability, or creative adaptability. Workflows now change, so like every semester, if not every month. We also need to make sure that we encourage cross-disciplinary teams, like coders, animators, writers, and producers. They should all learn together. That's where the magic will happen. We also need to build a firm base in ethics, and students also must understand deepfakes, consent, and data rights, which is quite difficult to grasp. But again, this will be required in the near future for sure. We also need to train students to direct AI, not simply use presets and basic prompts, but rather they should be able to set goals, judge results, and iterate with a critical eye, rather than just like accepting the first result what the prompt gave them. What never changes, I strongly believe that we need to send them out in nature more often, to stand still, observe and understand how the real world works. And as AI and digital tools advance, animators must now really consider ethical questions around authorship, consent, representation, and also the responsible use of data as well, which was never really the animator's domain, but it is now. Oh, sorry. Yeah. In addition, okay, so yeah, new animation technologies like AI-assisted workflows, virtual humans, and volumetric capture, just to name a few. They are rapidly expanding what's creatively and technically possible. So again, that's something we also need to make sure that they are well aware of. And what else? Yeah, real-time engines, definitely, like Unreal Engine or Unity, are also transforming animation into a more interactive and iterative process, which can blur the line between production and post-production or pre-production as well. As a matter of fact, today's workflows more resemble like sandboxes rather than like fixed, robust pipelines. And we need to encourage experimentation and also cross-discipline work and also non-linear production paths, which is again something what we will have to get our heads around in a bit. And I think this is more important than ever, collaboration. Modern animation thrives on collaboration more than ever with artists and technologists and storytellers, programmers working together from the earlier stage, like from the very beginning of a production, to shape both the processes and also the final work. All right, a bit of a takeaway. My opinion is that AI will not push every artist aside, but it will heavily reshape the landscape of education and production. The traditional sort of like conveyor belt pipelines is giving away to a flexible workspace where ideas can move faster and roles can actually overlap with each other. So schools that embrace AI thoughtfully will prepare students for opportunities we can barely sort of like outline today. Those that ignore this will risk leaving graduates unprepared for the realities of the emerging modern studios, because studios are also experimenting with AIs quite heavily. And let's just quickly talk about why R&D labs are sort of like an ideal bridge between education and industry. I believe that in this transformation process, what we are experiencing right now, research and development labs can really play a pivotal role. That's what we are doing at Cradle as well in the Netherlands at the moment. So, you know, these R&D labs can provide faster iterations. Labs can run on project cycles measured in weeks and months. So we can prototype, or they can prototype new tools or workflows before university can rewrite a full course module. We do have, I mean, R&D labs can have and usually have direct industry links. So the staff often split their time between the lab and commercial contracts, which keeps sort of like the conversation with studios, vendors, and platforms constant. Also, they can serve as like a talent incubation. So students who work on lab projects can gain reproduction credits and hands-on experience with emerging tech, making them more valuable and giving companies early look at future recruits. They also have infrastructures what universities or studios might not have. So they can share those infrastructures, and so like these expensive hardware such as, you know, motion capture stages or render farms or like photogrammetry rigs, they can be housed in the lab, and that would also so like lower the costs for both academic teams and partner studios that need potentially, you know, occasional access to these infrastructures. The rapid knowledge transfer back to classrooms is also a very important part of an R&D lab. The lessons which are learned in a lab project can be easily turned into guest lectures, short workshops, and updated assignments, even in the following semesters. So this can keep curricula closer to current practices as well. And last but not least, already mentioned that a few times, this is a natural ground for cross-disciplinary workflow. works. Labs can pull together animators, engineers, UI designers, UX researchers, and business students. And this makes mirrors real world production as well, and it encourages creative solutions and helps break down faculty silos. Yeah, just a few examples of what we are doing. We have 2 EU-funded projects, and that doesn't mean that we can't get third parties involved. So we would be more than happy to work with Ukrainian companies, universities, or private individuals on these projects, because I think what we can share together in this project is what will make Europe and Europe's mixed skill set great in the coming years. Feel free to reach out to me if you want to join to the Avenue Cove or Panorama. And last but not least, let me just finish with a quote from one of my colleagues, Jim Gadolvik. He said, "Don't marry the tool, marry the story." Tools can and will come and go, but a strong narrative always outlasts every software upgrades. AI is a powerful tool, but it cannot replace a well-told tale by a human, playing this precious and magical experience called life. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and truly wishing you a well-deserved peace very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoltan. Actually, you were pretty fast with the talk, so yeah. I have a question for you, because I'm really interested in this R&D labs, how they are financed.
Yeah, we have partially financed by the government, but that's actually a fraction of the full funding of the lab. We are doing quite a few, or we are applying for quite a few EU funds, mainly Erasmus Plus and Horizon projects. Fortunately, we are quite successful in the applications, in our applications, and we are constantly having multiple funded projects on board. They finance both the research and also the software and hardware updates. Not an easy thing to manage, because first of all, we can't really grow too much, but we also need to make sure that we can cover all the tasks what we need to deliver within the EU projects. So it's always a bit of a game, making sure that we are only increasing the team's size based on the current projects what we have. But these are the main sources of incomes, and also we get some income from the university itself based on the number of students applying for the courses.
And they run on a constant basis, or it's like a short-term project all the time?
Well, these are quite big projects, like 3-4 years projects usually. So we try to prioritize these projects, because that's what we are best at, like running long-term projects. We do have a few smaller projects where we actually take on board a client project, but as an R&D lab, we can't get any client-based projects which are only focusing on delivering a client work. There has to be some sort of a research involved in the project, and we have to make sure that we are not providing or not giving unwanted or unexpected advantage to the client against their competitors. So it's a bit of a thin line. It's quite difficult to juggle between those issues, but so far we managed to do that, and it's also quite how to say that, an interesting game, because the more successful, the more projects you can win in terms of EU grants, the more successful you're gonna become in the coming grants as well. So you really need to make sure that when you step into this whole like EU grant section or field, you really need to make sure that you're giving your very best right from the very beginning, because it's quite difficult to win the first one. But as soon as you have your first EU project under your belt, your chances of winning the next one is going to increase tenfold.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing all this information. I'll make sure to share your contacts with some pretty interesting Ukrainian startups as well. And yeah, thank you again for joining us. And yeah, have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wishing you all the best.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Так, ну що,
Okay, so now we are having 5 more minutes of a break. And then, in fact, whatever it may seem weird, we are sticking to the timing. So we have the last presentation left as of today from Suspilne, who will present the app for children's animation, Robex. First one without any ads and in Ukrainian. So please stay. Good day. I think that we should start our last event for today. Right, I will introduce myself. So, hello everyone, my name is Yulia Dachuk. I am the head of the Children's and Youth for Suspilne. So today I will tell a bit what we're doing, and this is the first time when today I have an honor to you in this chamber circle of our viewers and listeners to present our platform, which is publicly released so soon. So, let me find a clicker. What are we going to talk today about? This is Brobax, our preschool asset, our mascot. And we started its way in 2021. This way started with the YouTube channel, which in less than half a year before a Great War, the full-scale invasion in October 2021, started with 4 animation TV series of Ukrainian production, which joined us in this cooperation, experimental one. Those are animation TV series Toto, Yasa and Her Robot, Little Boo, and Portal of Adventures. Unfortunately, as all of the circumstances of our development were not as favorable as we'd like them to be, only one of those 4 series now have its continuation, that is Toto TV series, which we provide with the company of Some Stories, and Irina and Oleg Malamush, the authors of the idea, producers and film directors, and we have already 3 seasons. We hope that we will go on with it as well. Why am I losing this clicker? But, in fact, if we talk about a YouTube channel, it is living not only with animation series. As of 2025, our outcomes are 123,000 of subscribers, 55 million of views, and on average per month we have 2 to 4 million of views, and the outreach is much higher if you can see our content. And those are the outcomes thanks to the TV series which you've seen, and also thanks to the content which we started to get from our partners, from the European Broadcasting Union, that is France, Simon Project Denmark, Hedgehog Project, one TV show which we also produced in collaboration with the company of Green Penguin, with Lewin Brothers, and this is the combination of live action and animation. And in fact, if we look at the ranking of children's channels, you could see recently which projects are on top of in Ukraine. We are covering about top 30. Those are not the results we'd like to achieve, and we are moving on and growing, but this is also the indicator that the content which we produce, and it is of high quality, with the involvement of psychologists, with values and senses, it starts finding its audience. But we did not achieve those viral AI views. And we are facing the issue, what do we do further on? Should we move in YouTube only, or use some of other platforms? So Suspilne does not have its own OTT or VOD platform. We are too young. We have been created as an independent media campaign in 2017, but in fact we are now taking the course onto digitalization, digital assets, not only children's content, but different spheres of Suspilne are growing quickly in the social media. So in fact, there is the strategic issue raised for the management of the company, how we would move on and which platform would be launched as the first one. There were lots of discussions, in particular the testing platform. If you know it, we have Suspilne Mediatek. Those are our archives, which we are so proud of. They have the website, and they're also starting this way of digitalization. And then we decided to step on children's topic. And during the last year, we, together with our technical contractors, we developed this platform so that first, of course, we could manage the platform, because we do not manage YouTube. YouTube manages us. We are distributing our content there, but this is its rules of the game. On the other hand, it's also an opportunity to give more projects for Ukrainian children, because much of the content which we'd like to distribute or to buy rights for it from abroad distributors are not ready to give to YouTube, but again, because the platform is not protected. So we decided to launch our own platform. That's very expensive and lengthy as a process and very complicated, but in fact we also do not see in Ukraine any other classical competitors if we speak about children's apps. Separately, there is gaming, which is developed a bit. It's a cool story, and we'd like our character Toto to move into this type of development. But in particular, the platforms which are provided with children's content for certain age categories, and what's also important, we are going to provide it without ads, without subscription, without any fee, for free. We don't have anything like that in Ukraine. So we understood that we can take this niche and develop there and somehow become kind of a tiny competitor for YouTube Kids to gain content and to become popular in Ukraine. What do we have at this platform? Well, in fact, now it is accessible in the test mode, and the last slide will show you a QR code. If you're able, you will be able to watch it. So there will be a release of a website app on Android and iOS app. Also, we have an ambition to get to smart TV because it's a very popular way of watching and consuming content. We're budgeting that for the next year, and we really hope that we'll cope with that. If we speak about the functions more, let me explain what nice things can be at the platform. Authorization through Google, Apple, or any email traditionally. You're creating the profile of your child. In fact, everything would be very similar if you use YouTube Kids. We are trying to move along the same way and model. You create a profile of your child. There can be several of them. Let me run ahead and explain it to you so that you could have your own history of viewing. And also, you'll be able to select the content for children up to 3 years and older than 3 years, 3+. So far, only those two categories, because we don't have that much of content. So we are dividing them into those two blocks. And if we have the audience which develops and is interested in the production of such content, we are interested in these audiences because it's for more of preschool age. And also you can select preferences in these bubbles of the third screenshot, and then the system will be trying to offer you or recommend you content for that age category and preferences which you selected. What does this profile of a child give you? It gives you the opportunity to go on with the viewing where you stopped, and it will be instantly on the land page and you will see it. Those are also recommendations which I mentioned above, and also the parental control. To get to the profile, to log out from the profile, to delete the profile, you will need to calculate, to multiply, so that the child wouldn't be able to fully manage this profile. What do we start with? We are starting with 235 hours of content, 40 titles, and more than 1,000 episodes are already uploaded to the platform, or in the process of uploading. Until the end of October it will take place. Mostly those are animation shows. We, as you can see it on the YouTube channel Brobex, but it's only 1/10 there. So we are trying to cooperate with the Ukrainian market. Courageous Rabbits, which you can see there, will be there as well. The adventure book is a very interesting and cool project of our colleagues. We are searching for the projects which have some popularity in Ukraine among children, like Sonic, but it is accessible at Megogo, and we will offer it for free as well. And we are also searching for something unique and something valuable and interesting, like our favorite project of our chief editor, the Olenka's Farm. That is the project from Germany. It does not have any words, but it is for the market, as we are included into the European Broadcasting Alliance, so we are cooperating with them, the public broadcasters from Europe, so they're ready to share this content with us, and we are so grateful for that. You can see here several titles like these, like Robin Hood, Pinocchio, Little Prince. Those are the projects, if I'm not mistaken, were never at the Ukrainian platform, so we are the first to show them. So we have high expectations that through this app we'll get the children acquainted with the cool content, which is so far cannot be found anywhere. Of course, we will move on acquiring, producing, cooperating with the producers of animation to fill this catalog. We have an objective during the next years to add at least 300 hours plus per year. We'll see what will happen with the resources, the funding. It's hard to forecast anything for tomorrow, but think that it is a good start already. If we speak about the catalog, mostly those are animation TV shows, as I already mentioned, a little part about several dozens of full-length films, which you will be able to view as a family all together. And I think I have a separate slide, which is also our niche of Suspilne, audio fairy tales. 150 episodes are available now, but these audio fairy tales, it seems to me, they are approximate several hundred more available in the radio. However, they don't have visual animation or anything, so we just need to think how to involve them as well.
We're trying to keep producing more fairy tales. We want these fairy tales to also become a foundation for probably for some simple animations and something more advanced. Maybe some of it can even be serialized. And we just ended collaboration with different authors. We had 7 contracts signed. But I cannot give you the exact number of authors, but we will get 70 original scripts for audio tales, and at least some of them will also transform into something else, because what you can see on the screen, this 150 episodes mostly are based on Ukrainian fairy tales, fairy tales from other countries, etc. And now we're taking a new step when the script writers, the authors, the fairy tale authors are writing new stories for us. And this is also cool, unique content that will be available in our app. What are we looking for? We, of course, are looking for the content for kids, especially since we're talking about international cooperation. We are willing to provide Ukrainian adaptation for the European OTT platforms because we are collaborating with Frenchmen and the Danes, because we understand that Ukrainian kids are now abroad. Many of them are abroad, and we need to somehow stay in touch with them. Unfortunately, lots of the rights that we obtain are limited with Ukraine, so the app will be available abroad, but not all the content, not all 1,000 series will be, not all 1,000 episodes will be available for the kids viewing. So we are also open to providing Ukrainian adaptation to other people so that Ukrainian children abroad can also view it. And also we're interested in long-term co-production. Since we are also limited in resources, you have limited resources, but together we can keep moving forward. Company is already working on co-production. A few contracts have been signed in the context of documentaries. I haven't done it with the children's animation, but still, I hope that we will be able to take this first step next year and that we will finally start doing that. I've also mentioned our competitions, but it is not only about the app as a platform. You know, if you're not aware, then I'd like to mention that Suspilne has a very popular cooperation strategy, which is a competition. You can come, you can submit an application, and if you win, if the selection committee picks you, then you will be creating a content according to our commission. Then the copyright will belong to Suspilne, so this will not be co-production, this will be Suspilne's commission. But we also are trying to support the industry in such way, the producers, and about once or twice a year we announce such selective procedures. For example, at the moment we are producing animation songs projects because this is a very popular niche for the kids. We're going to have new characters, new Ukrainian songs, we're going to compose them, and we will also try adding animation to it. And we will also introduce such calls for proposals. I'm worried that I'm speaking so fast that I'm almost done with my presentation. Is everything okay? Okay. So the formats. What formats are we looking for the app, for our calls for proposals? We're interested in everything educational, everything aimed at developing, teaching children. We have recently discussed that there is no Ukrainian ABC. We are also trying to focus on emotional intelligence, etc. Next, children's songs. This is a niche that is not close. If we look at the English language YouTube, there's Baby Shark and other songs. There are millions of views. We have to also create cool songs. We have to collaborate with cool performers and animators and create a project for Ukrainian kids so that it's not just some lyric that makes no sense, but something that does have a meaning. And also animated series. And we are mostly trying to work with the younger audience because older children are more complicated because they already are using YouTube and Twitch. Since for an older age group you need more investment, you need to do a proper research, focus groups, etc. So for now we're trying to work with this younger age group. Yeah, with those formats. Here are the contact details. In case you need it, you can take a picture. You can find my contact details as well as our chief editor's contact details. If you have any idea, if you want to suggest some format, etc., please get in touch. We'll be happy to discuss it with you. Yeah, well, but of course, email us if you have some good questions or good ideas. And the final slide. If you have an iPhone or an Android, you can scan the QR code. I'm always worried that the QR code is not going to work, but I hope everything works. And please download our app. Again, this is a beta version. If you send us some feedback, we will appreciate it a lot, because we're testing it with our colleagues from Suspilne. We're trying to fix the bugs. The public presentation is gonna happen in 3 weeks' time, so it will be an official release. But I will appreciate it a lot if you already take a look at it and give us some feedback. This is my final slide. In case you have any questions, then I'll be happy to respond. Wait, I'm coming. Maybe they can hear us. No, but we have the interpreters working. They cannot hear you. When are you planning to monetize it and how? For the time being, we're not planning to monetize it because the concept of Suspilne broadcasting for the kids is distributing the content without ads and without any monetization. And that is why, for now, we're gonna create an app without subscription, without monetization, and with no ads. I hope that in principle we will never monetize it because this is the asset of Suspilnik. We can monetize Eurovision, we can do Coca-Cola ads or L'Oreal, but children's content is Suspilni's asset that we are trying to not use commercially. Any more questions? Yes? No? No questions? Okay, thank you, Yulia. Thank you for coming and telling us about it. So we are gonna end on this note. There is a recording, so you can always go back and once again view any of the presentations. I believe that those people who came today have learned lots of interesting information that you can go back to if the need be. Thank you.